Hello everyone! We're live for the final round of the European School Chess Championships, and I'm joined again with Tosh and our special guest Jonathan O'Connor.
Hi
Hello
everybody.
everyone.
How's everyone doing today? Ready for last day, last fight? I think most of the kids actually wanted it to be longer.
Yeah.
They were saying that yesterday.
I guess that the prize giving is going to be at 9 o'clock this evening, and I think there'll probably be quite a few sleepy heads,
Yeah.
especially the younger children
Yeah.
they'll be tired, and also a lot of them are leaving early in the morning. Like they might be getting on a bus at 3 in the morning or something like that to get to Dublin for early morning flights. So
So a long day.
That's a long day, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we can go over the standings first.
Okay, so which one are you going to look at first, Diana? Because I've got the page open on my laptop as well, so it's easier for me to read.
Bottom to top. We can start with the girls under sevens.
Yeah.
Okay, so girls under sevens, there's 2 on 6 out of 8. Both Turkish players, Miray and Kumsal. And who are they playing today? Okay, so actually Kumsal is playing Arvi, who we interviewed yesterday, I think.
Yes.
From Ireland. And Miray seems like she's playing an unrated... Well, I guess there's only one rated player, but she's playing an Icelandic girl. So they both need to win. And it's going to be tough on tiebreak.
Right.
So today we'll decide, I guess, who wins the tournament.
But if Miray and Kumsal are both playing, if they're not playing the Romanian girl Maria Ioana, then I guess looking at the number of points, the only if are they? Did you say one of them is playing Arvi?
Yeah, Kumsal is playing.
Okay, so she's on 4 points, so that means that she is obviously definitely dangerous. So my guess is that Miray will have an easy game and win.
Yeah.
And Kumsal will have a difficult game, and who knows? Maybe they will win. The Turkish delegation, they are large and they are strong.
Yeah.
And they're very well trained. There's quite a few. They have quite a few trainers here.
Oh yeah, you mentioned yesterday that they have a few coaches with them.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. I guess what's the
Open under sevens?
Open sevens.
So Open sevens, there's a sole leader on 6 out of 6. 6 out of 6 max points from Turkey. He's won all his games.
Oh yes.
Okay, so I'm guessing he's going to win today.
Yeah, he's avoided all the tough games, and he's playing an Icelandic player today.
But if he would lose, would he still be on the first spot?
If he loses and
he'd be equal first, and who knows how the tiebreaks would work.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So
assuming that David Christian will win.
Yeah.
So Diana, do you know any of the? Have you ever met any of the Romanian players?
I don't think. Maybe I could have met them in passing, but I don't recognize their names.
Yeah. Well, I guess the younger ones you won't have, but maybe some of the older ones you might.
Yeah, I don't think any of the stronger players from Romania are playing in this.
Okay.
And
then Amandeep, he's in 4th place.
Yeah, he's
Samuel Redmond. And Samuel Redmond is another person we interviewed who's on 3 points. So there'll be a big. I think it's safe to say the top 4 are very likely to end up with medals and trophies. and
Yeah.
there's going to be a big battle to see who's going to get the 5th place.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Have a look at this one.
Maybe Chirag or Kirag can maybe get a place if, depending on how the rest Jan and Amandeep do.
Yep.
Okay, in the girls under 9s, again we have a Turkey leading, Eslam from Turkey with 6 out of 8.
Okay, and then 3 other players just behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sophie,
Right.
Helena and Ermak, both on 5 out of 8. So today is an important game as well. Eslam needs to win. Let me just see the pairings. So Eslam is playing against Arya Björk from Iceland. So I think she will have I predict she won't have too much of a problem winning because she's already beaten a few of the stronger players.
I already got a message in the chat that the player Helena is supposed to have an interesting game going on. So later on we can have a look.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
We can look at hers first. Oh yeah, Helena from Poland versus Maria from Bulgaria.
Yes, and there's a lot of excitement in those games under 7. There's always something crazy happening on the board as well.
Yeah.
So the open 9s, under 9s, who's on?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
oh, look, that's a surprise.
Again.
It's Turkey and Romania are on the
but
in
also
the top places.
Ireland, because
Ireland is doing well.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Ireland is tied 2nd.
Yes.
And so today's a very important day for tie breaks.
Right.
Anything
and
can
then
happen.
it'll be a toss up between Adam Jeet and Sreyan from Ireland to see who might get the 5th.
Yeah,
medal.
and Adam Jeet is actually playing the top seed.
Yeah, although I suppose one of the 2 Turkish players below that again might have a chance, depending on who's playing who.
Yeah, Adam G gets a win today, that would be a great result because he will knock the leader out of the podium.
Oh.
And then Ayanch can win and will get medal.
Yeah, hey.
So,
we'll keep our fingers crossed for that.
Yeah, open under 9s we have a chance for a medal. Okay, then in the girls under 11s we've got Turkey leading again with 7.5, followed by Israel and Turkey. So Zainab needs to win.
Right. And Lorena, Lara's younger sister, she's on 2.5. I guess she must have played a few tournaments before, but I haven't met her before. I only know Lara and her and Leon.
Yeah.
Her brother.
Yeah, they all have similar names: Lara, Lorena, and Leon.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so in the open under 11s, we've got Turkey. Actually, joint first. Turkey, both Turkish players, followed by Poland and then Turkey again. So.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely Turkey are dominating this competition.
Yeah. So we've got one Polish player trying to break the strike. And this one is under 13.
Yeah. Under 13, Turkey again with 5.5.
Yes, Turkey again.
And Turkey are leading the top 5 positions there.
Oh, of course, yeah. They're only playing a 7-round tournament.
Yeah.
And Bave and how do you pronounce Bave's sister's name?
I don't know, but everyone told me when I was commentating in Sligo they were saying Nev and Bev.
Nevin and Bev. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so they've had a tougher time, but I think they may be traveling every day.
Really?
From Yeah, I think they may be. Which is they're in. They live in the Midlands. Sorry, I've just noticed Desmond Beatty has walked into the room, but he can't tell me anything about. He's telling me I have to look down here.
Okay.
Okay, and then in the open under 13s, we've got Turkey again. CM Selik from Turkey with 6.5, followed by Romanian player Dragoș Ștefan with 6 as well. And
Yes.
actually, they're playing against each other in the final round. I think that's the only game that.
Oh, that's gonna be very
okay.
decisive.
So we should look at that game as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
anything can happen there. And then in the girls under 15s.
Oh, but and just out for the Irish viewers, we have Nitish Arun has a chance of a medal. That's quite a good chance, I guess. Again, depending on who's playing. But
yeah, he definitely does.
She's playing. I say he. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because he has a tough game. I guess he's playing against the Turkish player. They're both relatively equal on rating.
Right.
Maybe 40 points.
Okay.
40 points lower.
And who's white?
The Turkish player.
You're looking there. Right.
So Nitish is black today.
Tough game.
Yeah.
Tough game for Grant.
Okay, and in the girls under 15s, we've got again a tie for first. With both Turkish players, 4 out of 6.
Ah, okay. So this is a much closer competition. And Marina Petrenko is just half a point behind. Okay.
And she got a bye today, so we won't be
Oh.
able to have a look at her game.
Oh dear. Okay.
Well,
Okay, so
Marina doesn't have a bye today, though.
Oh,
She's
sorry,
playing
that's the result. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's from there. Oh yes, I looked on the wrong one.
Eylül has a bye today. So. Oh, actually, yeah. So Eylül has a bye today, so she already has 5. Does she? Or has this 4 already been counted? I think.
Elena. No, it's not counted.
Okay, so she's on
no.
5 then. Bye is a full point or is it 0?
I think it's 0 in here. No, it's the round robin.
Oh yeah. Okay. So she actually can't get any points then. So if Pelin wins, or even a draw against Marina, she will just. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah. If she draws, then Marina will come in second, because Eylül already has 4 and she can't get any more. So I think Marina will get a second if she draws.
Oh yes, so that's an important game for her today as well.
Yeah. And then in the open under 15s, we've got again Turkey.
We have Turkey will clean up in the top 3, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's a big fight for 4th and 5th medals, and the Irish are well in there.
Yeah, Lucian and Oliver.
George.
Yeah.
Stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Lucian and Oliver,
No, I was just saying that it actually will win. They can be above the Turkish
can.
players.
Yeah, they can if they win on tiebreak.
It's not decided yet.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of emotion.
So this is also very important. And then I think this is also one of the most important ones. Lara's section, under 17 girls. She's half a point behind the 2 Turkish girls.
Yeah, and what's the pairing for today's game?
Today Lara's playing one of the girls who's coming in first, so that's important.
Yes,
And
then
Okay.
the other one
Yeah.
plays.
So
Actually, but then Mustu. I guess Mustu has the best chance of coming first.
If she will win, yes.
yeah.
If she will win, but she's playing. Who's she playing?
She's playing
Maria.
Yeah, the Polish girl.
She's not bad as well.
Okay.
Lara won against her, but she was pretty high according to her rating because she's a bit
Uh-huh.
lower rated. But I think she was doing
Right.
quite well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
missed. She missed She missed that her opponent could mate her. She made a blunder in time pressure in the game 2 days ago that we were watching. But she's doing really well in the train. She has plus 89 points in rating.
Yeah, so she can
Oh,
surprise
actually,
in
yeah.
the last round.
There's another thing, Diana. Every day I see Elisa Andrea Dumitrash's father outside, and he has very little English, but we say hello to each other and we shake hands, and he's a nice man. But I did find out because there was, and you probably remember him, but there was a Romanian IM with the name Dumitrash. So I guess Dumitrash is kind of like the Romanian O'Connor. There's lots of them. But then Elisa Andrea is not related to
Yeah.
Dumitrash, the IM.
Yeah, I was surprised to see. I've actually never seen that name. I've only seen it from. So it's pronounced Dumitrake.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
And I was also surprised to see her name because I haven't met anyone else either with that name. But I knew they weren't related because he has 2 sons, but definitely not a daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our fingers crossed for Lara.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
I'm completely biased.
I think all of us are.
Yes.
Especially since she's our teammate as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and in the under 17s, we've got Adar leading, followed by Eri. And I think that they have an easier round today. I think they've already played against the top players. Oh, no, Ben is playing. Sorry, Ben is playing against Adar. So if Ben manages to get a draw and Eri wins...
It's a win.
Yeah.
Then they tie, but I don't know who's... Yeah, who knows? Yeah, I had lunch today with Ben, and he was telling me there was a disaster in his game. He was doing so well,
Yeah.
as what we thought. And yeah, and he also told me that in the game, his opponent had been playing up till now had been playing Slav defenses, and had never played King's Indian, and suddenly drops out this King's Indian, and that's when.
No.
And that's why Ben
Oh.
played the bishop g5,
Yeah.
because he knows it, and he knows that everybody plays h6, which is a big mistake. So everybody who's watching today and yesterday, you will all know if somebody tries that bishop g5 nonsense, don't play h6.
Yeah.
That's what Luke said.
Everybody else who's not watching us today or yesterday, then they're just going to play h6 and they will lose easily, or maybe not,
Yeah.
as we saw yesterday. Yeah, that was a pity. So yeah, and again, so then who's going to come? I guess Kerem Yilmaz is going to come third, no matter what. Or possibly second if Eri loses, which is probably unlikely. And then we have a fight for 4th and 5th. And Ben is in the running.
Yeah,
And so
he
is Eunice. And Eunice from Germany. And Jamie. Yeah, they're not okay, so this and Andre Octavian. So it's all to play for.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, shall we head to the games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I would
So
probably
Ben has
suggest
got a
to
French.
start from the younger
Yeah.
groups because they finish earlier as well.
Yeah. And somebody had a suggestion, Anthony,
Yes.
Tasha, that
I think it was under 7, Helena, the Polish player, Helena Taradajko. Was this was under 9, sorry, my bad, that was under 9.
girls under 9.
Is she already
Yes,
finished? I think she's already finished. She just lost.
Oh, okay, I think
She got
yeah,
mated.
I think that's why we were meant to have a look. Oh
Oh.
no! This might.
Oh, that's
Oh, that
horrible.
can
That's
happen.
crazy. 8-move
That's a.
mate. So
Well,
Do you know?
that's the trap, no?
I guess she could have just taken the knight.
I feel like it's like a trap that I've seen somewhere, but I'm not
Oh,
entirely
there's
sure.
lots of traps like that. I
Yeah.
when I was 14, one of my first ever games, maybe not, no, it must have been my second or third tournament, but I was able to checkmate my opponent in 8 moves with this idea as well.
Yeah.
I
Really?
can't remember the game. Yeah, but I did. Yes, I won. I was very pleased with myself.
Yes, that must be very hurtful for Helena, I suppose,
Yeah.
because to finish game so early in the last round. But
That's so tough. Yeah.
that's how we learn.
It's a tough one to see because you don't think about knight d3 check. But...
No,
And
no, no,
actually,
no.
yeah, actually, that I was preparing one of the Irish kids who wanted to play the Budapest, and I played exactly this line. Um, and of course, I just took off lots of times on e5, and avoided nasty tricks, or maybe I played e3, to avoid nasty tricks. So yeah,
Yes,
it's unfortunate.
that is
Yeah.
a very typical
Yeah,
trap
yeah.
as well. Okay, so that was an exciting game for the beginning. Any other games maybe in this group or under 7 that we can
Yeah,
have a
we can
look?
look at RV's game. She's if she wins, she kicks away Kumsal from winning.
Is that in the under
Yeah,
sevens?
only 7
Okay.
girls.
Yep. Sevens.
Okay, so we have an
Perception.
early. I guess we have an exchange Slav. And then white played f3 here, which is unusual.
Oh yeah, I have it here.
Or maybe, I guess it has been played before, but it looks very maybe not ideal.
Okay.
True.
I guess it's kind of all to play for.
Yes,
But f3, I suppose. Yeah, maybe I would have just played e3. Oh well, yeah. No, it's actually quite tricky because if Ervi had is Ervi white? No, it's
She's
Kumsal.
yeah.
If Kumsal had played e3 instead of f3, then there's queen a4. Oh wait, isn't there queen a5 check winning the bishop? Oh no, the bishop comes back. Yes, but if
Yeah.
e3, if white had played e3 instead of f3, then queen a5 picks up the loose bishop on g5.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
e3 is a blunder. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
E3 is a blunder.
But now
oh yes, because of the check.
now
Yeah,
she's going to
exactly.
be now she's in so he's in danger, and if Ervi pushes the pawn on, I think it looks very nice for black, because then how are you getting out your kingside pieces?
True. I
Everything
would
is just trapped over there, and you're going to have queen a5 check is going to be very dangerous. There'll also be g5 followed by e5 to bring some piece out to b4 to give check, and if that happens, then it's game over for white.
Yeah, and
yes.
yeah, here as well. E3 looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
E3
probably
is-
sorry. I was just saying that I would probably suggest instead of the e3 of 3 even to play queen on d2 with idea of a long castle and putting king on b1 and but then in that way when the bishop was still on g5
right.
Yeah.
just to play queen on d2 to protect the bishop and maybe just castle long.
Yeah. I guess that could be an idea as well.
F3 is just like a typical mistake for kind of this level, forgetting about how important the king pawns are, and it's just weakening the king way too much.
Do you know maybe the problem was playing bishop g5 so early, and maybe it would have been better to play bishop f4, because then you're not hit, and I think also by playing knight takes e4, that also you're leaving yourself quite exposed on the queen side for those checks on a5 or b4 with the bishop. That's
True. That looks so much better than the bishop on g5, and you put some pressure, not now yet, but maybe in the future, on the c7 square. So when you secure the king, you can bring the rook to c1 and try to maybe do some damage on the c file.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think I think in exchange Slavs, I often the white bishop goes to f4, and I presume I don't play the exchange Slav for either color, so I don't really know. But I've seen so many games where the grandmasters, they all put their bishops on f4 in the exchange Slav, and they carry on.
Yeah, that looks way better, I think.
Yeah, I guess there's a reason. And if the strong players are playing it, there's and now poor Kumsal has realized the difficulty. And I was impressed. Ervi played e3.
Yeah, great. You found it.
Yeah.
Great move.
Yes.
I guess what happens after queen d3?
Queen d3.
Queen on a5, I suppose. But then queen on c3, you were thinking?
Wait, say that again? Queen a5?
Queen a5
Oh,
check,
yeah.
I was thinking, but I think queen on c3
Oh, yeah.
can be played. And I suppose we can play... Oh, we have to be very careful now.
I guess is there also, if you play queen d3, it's not what... No. We're analysing that, right?
Well, that was just kind of an option. Maybe it's too early for queen on a5, because now if we don't exchange the queens, we have to be very careful with the bishop on c8. And that's another threat.
What about after queen d3, just play knight c6, bring out a piece, develop your pieces. If white takes the pawn on e3, we can take the pawn on d4 with our knight, threatening to fork on c2.
Sorry, in the live position, you mean?
No, is this the live position?
No, sorry.
No,
Is it
here after queen d3? After queen d3 here.
Oh, for queen d3, yeah. Just knight on c6, and then
knight
after
c6.
Okay.
And then you're just saying, because you don't want to be protecting pawns. You need to get your pieces out, and and if we can bring out a piece threatening one of the pawns, that's good. And even if we lose this fishbone in white's throat on e3, the queen has to then move. Then the e4 pawn has to move, and then we have to get all the other kingside pieces have to start coming out, and that gives black lots of time to do things.
Exactly. Although I have one question. After knight on c6, what would you play after d5?
D5, I can play...
Oh, you have knight on
queen a5 maybe?
I have knight b4. Knight b4. Oh, I don't have knight b4 because of queen b5 check. Ah, okay.
You have to be really be careful. Okay. And now
I guess I would just play queen a5 check.
Yeah. And then if rook c3 you take the pawn.
But then rook on d1 might be a bit scary, no? Well, it's just bringing the piece to the game, so might not correct
because pawn grabbing and take on a2.
No,
Oh, I
that's
don't.
true. You
I
could do
don't want.
that.
I don't want to do that either. I want to play knight b4 instead of
Oh,
taking on
okay.
d5.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh,
Yeah.
in this position.
and now I've got a sneaky threat of knight c2, forking king and
Um,
rook.
exactly. What about rook on c1 now?
Yeah,
Oh, you
that's
can't.
fair.
Oh, yeah, because you threaten you with a mate on c8. Oh, well, no, it's not a mate, sorry, because you have the queen on d8. So that's bad.
Oh, I suppose actually is this all
Oh, sorry,
nonsense?
mate, because
When
sorry.
the queen goes to d3, can we not just play a simple queen b6? If we move back, we just hold the pawn. Again, I'm kind of obsessed with getting pieces out. But if you just no, of course the pawn is
Here.
on d4. Sorry,
Oh.
yeah, no, that's silly.
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay,
guess
no,
you can take
okay,
on
that's
B2.
why it doesn't work. Yeah,
You can take on B2.
no, I don't want to do that. I know I prefer my knight c6. Sorry, I'm looking at the board that you're changing on this my
Oh,
second
right.
computer here. So I'm not actually. I'm trying to concentrate here, and it's about a bit odd for anyone who's listening.
Yeah.
There are technical challenges
Also, there's
to
a
this.
delay as well. Okay, so she just played queen d3.
Okay.
Three.
So knight
And
c6,
it's an
I
option.
think is the best. And not, I wonder. Oh, is there? If you play, if you play g5, bishop g3, bishop g7. Oh, actually, well, how about that? That's an interesting idea, isn't it?
What
G
can you
g5, bishop g5 here, bishop
Yes.
g3, and then bishop g7 to hit the pawn on d4. And if the queen takes on e3,
Take
we
with the
would
bishop.
then you could take with the bishop hitting the queen. You could then bring out knight c6.
Rook on. No, that won't work. That might be.
Yeah, this also looks good. I actually prefer your knight c6 because
Okay.
knight b4 is a really nice threat. Okay, so she actually played queen a5 check.
Right. But
Oh.
this is. I mean, this is simplest because you're saying, okay, we swap off queens,
Yeah.
and then white has difficulty getting out the pieces, and our e pawn is very safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's
the next thing we have to think about is what happens if white plays king d1, which looks a bit crazy.
that-
Oh, you're going to play things like bishop f5 and then knight c6.
Yes.
Bring
you
the
just
rook over to d8, and it's going to be very nasty, isn't it? It's with the king on d1. Yeah, you won't be surviving that.
Exactly, and your like king would be obviously you wouldn't be able to do a castle anymore, but the pieces on f1 and g1 are just so awkward to develop as well.
Yeah.
But I would suggest queen on c3. I would say it's the best for white. Although I think with the correct play of black, it'd be easy to take the advantage. You can just develop your pieces and put the rook on c8 as well, and I think it seems a little bit easier for black.
Indeed. The king is still stuck in the center, as well. So no, okay, that's interesting. So who else do we have? What other games do we have? Is anybody in the chat saying please analyze? Please have a look at
exactly.
whatever?
Chat, we didn't forget about you. So if you want someone else, if you want us to have a look at someone else's game that maybe you know the person, you root for this person, we are happy to have a look.
Looks like in the girls under 11s, bishop h6 is winning a queen.
Oh wow.
Ouch.
Yes, that's a hurtful one. And knight on g4 is protecting the e3 square, so we cannot play bishop to e3.
So after knight g4, she brought her bishop back to g1. But instead of that, maybe she could have just taken the knight on c6 intermediately, where and just traded queens first. So she had a chance to trade queens, but instead now she's gonna lose the queen.
Yes, can we have a look a few moves before? I'm just interested how that position happened.
which is an accelerated dragon.
Oh, an early d5.
Oh, and then she.
Oh,
Yes,
and
yes,
she
yes,
played knight.
yes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Instead of taking with the knight,
Yeah.
but she should have taken on d5, I guess, with the pawn, and say,
Yes.
okay, do something.
It
Yeah.
seems just like a kind of opening mistake. Like it's obviously a tactical miss, but
Yeah.
um,
She
I
can
can
always take on
understand.
c6 as well. Like here, knight takes c6 doesn't seem like it's so bad. Because you're forcing a queen trade. I guess maybe you don't want to trade with white.
Yeah, no, that's. But if you go back one move, instead of no, go back. Yeah, so it's it's white to play. So after d5, so I think there are certainly variations. Oh yes, there's a variation in the normal dragon where you've taken two moves to get your d pawn from d7 to d5 because you've played d6 on move two, and in that situation, white has already castled, and you white now would take on d5, and after the knight takes d5, you take on c6. Actually, if you just follow the moves, and if everyone pretends that white has castled, you can
Okay.
see the kind of position. So if you just take now on d5, yeah, and then knight takes d5, knight takes c6, pawn takes c6. Oh
Oh,
no,
so
not that knight,
not on
not that
d5.
knight,
Oh,
not that
right.
knight.
Okay.
No, knight takes c6. Yeah, and then you play bishop d4 here.
Oh, bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's e5
Okay.
to block because black doesn't want to exchange. I mean, I think there are variations where you exchange bishops there, but
Mm-hmm.
the classic the quite an old variation was you play e5 and then white plays bishop c5, and there are lines where you can actually sacrifice. You can sacrifice the exchange. Um, you can let your rook on f8 be taken, or else you can just move your rook to e8 and carry on. And often the white's bishop will go to c4 and back to b3 to defend. They're very and you also then want to play h4 or g4, and they're very interesting positions to play for both sides. But again, it's that's a line in the main dragon. Um,
You seem to
the
know
the
your
attack.
theory.
Oh well, I've been around a long time, Tosh. So I've studied lots of openings, and one of my Jerry O'Connell, who's played in I don't know probably more than 30 Irish championships. He has played the dragon his whole life, and
Okay.
so every time I prepared to play him with white for
Mm-hmm.
years and years and years, I would prepare a variation against dragon and try to beat him in it.
Oh,
So
okay.
I so I
There's a
so I
backstory
definitely
to it.
yeah, I definitely looked at this line, and maybe I even played it against him at some stage.
That's impressive. I don't know that many moves, especially in this opening.
Nothing like some rivalry to make you learn some theory.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I think guess I was always a very bookish player, and I enjoy studying opening theory. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm the opposite. I don't like theory.
Yeah, and that's why you play those Philidors,
Yeah.
Diana. Yeah, that awful Philidor. And
Yeah.
I hope you fixed your move order
I don't play
because
it anymore.
oh, good, thank God.
Very cruel, John.
Uh, the truth will hurt sometimes.
Yeah, I guess I'd never had anything. Like, I knew the Sicilian, but I didn't know it well enough, and I was too lazy to learn theory, so I just played the Philidor and Scandinavian,
Yeah.
and just other stuff like that. That's easy to play.
So are you going to have time? Are the two of you going to have time to prepare for the Olympiad over the summer? It's
That's
about
the plan.
3 months away. You're both and I know that because I am the chairperson of the selection committee.
Yeah.
So you've heard it here first, folks. It's not even unofficially. My two co-hosts will both be on the Irish women's Olympiad team going to Budapest. I think it's September the 10th or something like that.
Yeah.
For about 2 weeks. Going to do great things for Ireland. We've got a great team this year. We had a good team in Chennai as well, didn't we? Yeah, we did. But you're all more experienced. And Tasha, you're playing. You'll be playing for the first time.
Yes.
Woo!
On it. So have a great time. It's a great experience. I'm sure Diana will fill you in.
Yeah, it's really fun.
I'm very
Unless
excited.
you end up in the hospital.
Oh yes, with the leg, because Diana,
Diana,
you were on the play on the wheelchair.
I wasn't going to bring it up. But,
yes, but I'm planning. I was training a little bit already, but I'm planning to get a bit more intense in my training.
Good. I think one of the things you could do is try and figure out what openings you want to play now, and do some work on them. But then, in the last 2 weeks before, just do tactics and endings. Practice those. Because what will happen is so once you figured out what openings you want to play in Budapest, you can work on those. But 2 weeks before, you need to be well. You're probably streaming every day or many days a week, so
Yeah.
that helps you look at stuff. But you also need to work on tactics and difficult tactics, not the puzzle rush stuff. There it's like you kind of get a feel for where the pieces are supposed to go, and you just make the move. And if it's wrong, it beeps at you and tells you you're an idiot, and you've got to go and choose a different move. They're bad. What you want is you want puzzles or combinations from real games,
like Jacob Eggers.
not from maybe, but don't take. They shouldn't be hard. You should choose. There's what is it? There's that book by that Swedish writer, and it's got a name of the Woodpecker Method.
Oh yes,
You know,
I have
the Woodpecker Method. You have that.
Very good. I mean, it was working for me. I liked it a lot, but not everyone likes this type of method.
Yeah, but don't I've done about maybe 500 of the, I don't know how many they have. He's about 4,000 puzzles in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of puzzles.
Yes.
And I've done the first 250, which are the easy ones. I've done them maybe twice.
And I did them and the intermediate. I've never touched the more difficult ones yet.
Yeah.
But there is a new one coming up, I think.
I believe so. But probably if you just did the first book, you don't have to go and spend money on the new book. Though,
Yeah, the puzzles I kind of come back to as well. Sometimes I try to do them, like not even the full system, but I quite like them. But they're, I don't know, they were working for me last year when I was focusing on them.
So we have a big puzzle here in Arvy's game. She actually just blundered mate in one.
No, it's not a big puzzle.
Hell.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
So her opponent might not see it, but she just played queen b5 and she's missed queen takes c8.
God. Oh dear.
But she was doing so well. She was just in a better position. If she just trades queens.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. Actually, more than fine. She just has a great position here. Her pieces develop. But yeah, just that's the current position. Yeah, her opponent played it. She saw it.
Tragedy.
Yeah.
Chess is cruel.
A
I
big
know
moment
we've
for
seen a
everyone.
lot of cruel games already.
Anyway, going back to your preparation, a question I have for the two of you is, and I have a question for the chat. So, how many books do the two of you own on chess?
Well,
And
it,
my question for the chat is, can you guess roughly how many books I have? And the reason I say roughly is because I don't actually quite know how many books I have,
I would
but
say
I
you
have a
have a
rough
big
idea.
library.
Yeah,
But
I have a big library, but that's for the chat to come up with. So, and
yes,
how many
chat,
books
how
do
many
you?
books do I have? My chat, do you know? I showed you my bookshelf before, but I don't know if you saw. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
but
if I'm at home in my study, you can see some of my chess books uh,
see,
behind my camera.
it doesn't really matter how many I have. The bigger question is through how many books I actually went through. So that's a question I do not want to answer at the moment.
Fair enough. Fair
Ask
enough.
me in 3 months. But I have some kind of PDF versions as well and Chessable. So
Oh
that's something.
dear. Gosh, you'll never admit to that.
No, well,
And
anyway, sorry.
delete those PDFs. Delete
No,
those
I meant
PDFs.
Chessable. That's what I said in this
Okay,
kind of reading
right.
form.
That's fine.
And I have like material from my coach, so not everything has to be in the paper book.
Mm-hmm. Fair
Mm-hmm.
enough.
Color of my face is like potato
I'm just
tomato.
thinking of all those poor chess book authors that slave for months, if not years, over books, and then they not only do they get peanuts from their publishers, like if you publish a book, chess book, you probably get maybe €1 or €2 per copy. But
True.
then when people go along and they photocopy your book and you get nothing, that just makes it worse. Sorry, I have to say, I'm.
Well, also what makes it bad is when you're a student and you have no money and you want to study.
Yes, I understand that. That I can appreciate that as well.
But also an update on the game that we thought the queen was lost. So after bishop h6, white traded a few pieces for queen, but then after queen c7, so here white has 2 pieces for a queen, and the knight took on c6.
Ooh.
After queen c7, there's this really strong move which white found, knight d5. Attacking the queen and threatening to take on e7, and there's also bishop d4 coming in. Now it looks like white is in trouble. Black is in trouble. So black is a queen up.
That's excellent.
Yeah, black
Yes.
is a queen up, but the king is very
Okay,
weak.
let's see what we can do to try and stabilize the position. We've got black has a queen for 2 pieces.
Yeah, and you can't
2
even
minor
take
pieces.
the knight back because of knight takes e7 checking queen. And white gets the queen back.
Shake and you're and oh yeah, well actually that okay, so that is so that's probably a survival position. You play queen takes c6, knight takes e7 check, king g7,
Yeah.
and then knight takes c6, b takes c6, and white well it could be that's difficult because white is up a pawn and
Yeah.
has 2 bishops against the bishop and knight. So,
Yeah, and the pawn structure is not great.
Yeah. So, is there anything else? Where can we move the queen to? We can't. We go to d6, which survives for about half a second.
Yeah, anything on the d file is not good.
There's nowhere else. We can't go anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. So queen c7 is just a blunder. After knight takes, they should have just taken back. Oh, yeah, sorry. Never mind. I thought. Yeah, the queen is attacked by the rook. So.
Pawn takes, but if so they should have played pawn takes c6 here.
Yeah.
Give up the queen.
And they're in exchange up.
And they're in exchange up. It's exchange just exchange up. Wow.
Yeah, instead of an exchange up, they took the queen. Now they're gonna just lose back everything. Wow, that's actually crazy. In 2 moves, everything just changed.
Yes.
Bishop h6 looks just completely winning for black, and now it looks completely winning for white. Not completely, but very
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, did any? There was a game. Was there a game in the candidates tournament there where um this kind of there was black sacrificed their queen, and there was a queen on g5 and a bishop on h6 and the king on c1, like, similar to this, and the queen, black didn't capture the queen back for many many moves, and there was a deep tactic that both players missed. Yeah, there was definitely some game. I think Caruana was playing black or maybe white. He was definitely involved in the game.
Hmm.
And
I
and there
don't
was
remember
there
that
was some
game.
yeah, because it's an idea. Yeah, it was a clever idea by black, but it could have misfired. As we see, this is misfired.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm
so I
just-
wonder what if that trick, bishop h6, if bishop h6 is bad because of what we see.
Well, I don't think it's bad. I think just queen. I think you should just go for the queen. Sorry, the exchange up.
Oh yeah, indeed, yes. So it is good. Okay,
Yeah.
that's right.
So you're definitely winning material if you don't hold on to the queen.
Correct. And if you do hold on to the queen, you're only
Yeah,
holding
you're in
on
trouble.
for one more move.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not easy to see. I guess well, queen c7 seems very natural, but you just need to see knight d5, and it looks very
Well,
mainly this bishop on g1 can just come in really.
players who are 1400, these are tough tactics, I would guess, if the ratings are accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, black is 1500, I would say.
Okay.
Like 1490, I would. Also, oh yeah, I guess they have K40, so maybe the ratings are just exploded.
Actually, okay, so Shelley Botica took. No. Just looking to see how long it took her to. Oh no, wrong button. Sorry, I keep going back. So this. Okay, so she played. Took her 4 minutes to play bishop h6.
Yeah.
And then Daphne took 11 minutes to play queen takes. The knight took, that was almost that was instant. And knight takes c6 was also instant. Queen c7 took 2 minutes to play. And then knight d5 was instant. So I'm wondering, I suspect that after knight g4 on move 10, what was happening before this? He takes e4, and how long did the Turkish girl? She spent 3 minutes taking with the pawn on e4. Okay, so it's I was trying to figure out when did the players realize that bishop h6 was a big threat, and I suspect for white it was when it was played, and then she sat down and she thought all the and found this idea, and I guess for black, she thought she was doing very well, played quickly, and then found herself. Yeah, she didn't spot knight d5.
Yeah.
And now she's spent about 10 minutes considering what to do. So she's feeling hurt here, I would think.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Now the penny is definitely for there, but yeah.
I was also checking on the game of Lorena Butter, Lara's sister, in the same group, and she blundered her piece in a quite interesting, easy tactic. But we can have a look at that
Yeah.
What
quickly in move
age
11.
group is that?
That was the
The-
same. So is that
Okay,
under
girls 11.
9?
Under
Girls
11.
under 9? Or is it under 11? Sorry.
Yeah, 11.
Okay. So it was the Sicilian. Lorena played. Oh, okay. So it was C3 Sicilian, which I guess is an option if you play E6. If Black plays E6. Oh, and then okay, D4. I'm not sure if people can hear in the background. There seems to be people singing. Loud
Must be
voices here.
in Diana's. Oh, you can in
No, it's
your venue.
yes, it is. Yeah, it's in a
Okay.
room close by here.
I can't hear it.
Oh, okay. So she took on D5. I would have been a French player and liking space. I would have pushed my pawn on to E5 on move 8 instead of taking on D5. Black played here D5 here.
Yeah.
I would have pushed. Knight takes D5 and then okay, Bishop G2. Castles. I mean, this seems. Can I do anything there? After Queen C7, I think I would want to play Knight takes D5, Pawn takes,
Oh, and then take
and maybe
on H.
and then
Yeah.
get rid of my bad bishop.
Maybe you can take on H7 and go for the Greek gift.
Oh, now we're talking.
But I don't know if it works.
Yeah, I think okay. Bishop takes H7, King takes H7, Knight G5 check. You have to go up to G6 with the king, and then the question is, what you don't have, you can't play a slow move like Queen G4 because then your bishop on D2 is hanging at least. Oh well, yeah, and then yeah, if you play Queen G4 hoping to just do a discovered attack with your knight.
Well,
Black
you
can
can't
then
because the
take
bishop
on
is on C8.
D2. That exactly. When you play Knight takes E6 check, discover check, and the king goes. Oh wait, actually.
Wait, so Queen G4 is impossible though.
Queen G4.
After Knight
yes, we
G5.
cannot play that.
Oh, sorry.
You can play. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. No, well, I'm
Wait,
an
what-
idiot.
what were
yes,
you
you're
saying?
right. You're right. No.
Oh.
I forgot that the knight on D5 was taken. I'm analyzing in my head from move.
Okay.
Just after Queen C7, and my visualization. It's very hard to analyze
Yeah.
and talk on these streaming.
Yes.
But
Oh, you said-
actually, I think there's a tactic here. Maybe you can give the check on C2. The king has to move, and now you can take the bishop on B4 because the knight is now pinned. So you can win a pawn like
Ooh.
that.
Okay. Yes, that is nice.
And then white is just so much better.
That's excellent. That's excellent, Diana. Well done.
Oh yeah, that's very nice.
That's.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe knight G5 also works. I just don't see it follow up. Maybe you can play something like F4. But okay, too many things.
Or. No. It doesn't work. I guess another move I would think of in here instead of after Queen C7, I would think of Knight E4. Again, I want to get rid of my stupid dark squared bishop because it's been blocked by my pawn on D4. So the black squared bishops are what I want to swap off.
Okay.
And I would prefer not to. If I don't take your knight on the black knight on D5, then I'm not opening up the diagonal for white's bad bishop, which is sitting on C8. So knight. That's why knight. knight e4 is seemed to me to be a better move than knight takes d5, which I was suggesting previously.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Oh no, not knight e5, knight e4.
Oh, sorry.
94, 90. Oh, 95, yes.
Okay.
e4.
And then bishop takes.
Trying to swap off the bishop, the black squared bishops.
Yeah.
Yes, they swap.
And then you take with the e knight.
No, I take the queen here.
Oh, you take.
Carry on developing. Yeah, here I take. Now I take queen takes d2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
c1.
Rook c1, and
That's one, yes.
I probably go. I'm going to be moving more pieces over to the. I'll play h4. I'll play knight g5. One of the knights, probably the e knight, and I'll be doing very nice things. Yeah. Okay, so that's. Anyway, Lorena has let's say also okay, so black played queen c7.
Queen 7.
Lorena played
and
queen c2, f5.
that was
Okay, yes, that's a good thing. Oh well.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, now she just loses a piece.
Yes.
Because queen c2 is
That's-
turning to take the bishop. So it's the same tactic as earlier.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Oh, sorry, I said that Lorena lost a piece, but she actually won a piece.
She did. That pleases everybody here.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why I want to show you the game.
Okay. Okay. I think she's going to win this
Hopefully.
Yeah.
relatively
All her
easily.
pieces are in the
Okay.
game.
We had some tough battles in the older age groups.
Okay,
So we
come
can
back
have a
to
look
them.
at Lara's game.
Yes,
Okay.
let's do it because we are rooting for her big time today. It's her big game.
We should also have a look at some of the Romanian players and the Turkish players
Yes.
because I'm sure those parents are in the theater looking at
Yes,
her commentary.
and we can also have a look
Yeah.
at the players that we interviewed yesterday because I told them I think they might be excited the games to be live as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a list from Ross here with all the games that the people in the commentary room or viewing area
Okay,
are interested
perfect.
in. So
Oh.
okay, so we can start with under nines. Then open under nines. We haven't had a look.
Yeah. So I was just looking at Lara's game there,
Oh, yeah.
and she seems to have.
Oh, it's quite.
She has
possession.
she has better development, but I'm
Yes,
worried that black's
definitely.
e5 and f5 pawns are rushing down the board and will start squeezing Lara.
Yes, we just have to be quite careful with the bishop on e3 because you might lose a bit of mobility after moves like f4. Although, will black play f4? I don't know because you open the diagonal.
Do you know what I would play here in this exact position in Lara's position?
What, why you're back?
It's her move.
Okay.
It's her move. What would chat like to play? And what
Chat, exactly. What would you play?
What would you play if you were sitting in Budapest facing a strong opponent in 4 months' time? What
Are
are
you
you going to
thinking
play?
You
of
said
c5?
Is it 3
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you got
C5.
queen c4.
What's the move
C5.
against?
C5.
Oh, c5.
C5. I
Yes.
like C5 because the bishop will have to go back to E7,
Yes.
and then we play bishop B3 check,
Okay.
forcing the king in the corner.
And the
Then
rook
we
and
can,
c1.
then we can play yes.
Oh, our bishop.
I
so f4
okay.
is being threatened.
I guess rook C1, but F4 will come in, and I'm not sure what happens then.
And are we scared of a4 after the bishop e on b3, or we just have bishop on d5 afterwards?
We just go bishop D5. Bishop D5 is very comfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if you don't
It's
play c5, Laura doesn't play c5. I think, like, how are you stopping f4?
Yeah, I don't like f4. So someone actually asked, can you play g3? Although I also don't love g3.
No, g3. If you're playing g3, you're leaving you're opening squares around your king, and it still doesn't prevent f4. Oh,
but
you played
So
it.
she
are
You
played
we
played
c5,
c5.
yeah.
Yay.
actually scared of the 4? Because if we are moving our bishop somewhere, we're still attacking the pawn on e5, and maybe we can even sacrifice that pawn for the pawn on e because it's a central pawn. Just the
Yeah.
bishop
Yeah.
on c2, it's a bit awkward, but we can throw the check maybe first.
Okay. How about we play. I have another idea. Play queen c4 check. Because
Okay.
if we play bishop b3 check, we may be hit with a4. So we play queen c4 check, which helps to defend the pawn on c5. King goes in the corner, and then we play a move like I thought I wanted to play a move like bishop g5, but that just seems to allow uh, bishop takes c5 or queen takes c5. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, personally, I don't like queen on c4 just because I'd rather bishop on b3 and rook on c1 because I think
Okay.
they work better and the rook protects the pawn and you bring another piece to the game. And queen on e2 actually looks good because it controls the e file. It's just the bishop on e3 that is a little bit in awkward
So
position,
okay,
I
so
think.
so what we're saying here, Josh, is we'll play bishop b3 check. We're then playing our
Yes.
rook to c1. Black will play f4. We will
Okay.
play our bishop. We will play our bishop to d2.
d2.
Only move,
Yes.
and then I guess Black will take the pawn on c5, but we will take the pawn on e5 with
Or the knight.
knight, and then
Or maybe
we're
even
not.
with the queen. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Actually, can we take with the queen?
We probably can.
Wait, so
Because it,
go.
And
Wait,
we
go.
so
Just
so
go over it
here
again
rook
so I can
c1.
play. Okay, rook c1.
Yeah, so rook c1.
I guess.
Then
Right up.
f4.
Oh, f4, yeah. Bishop d2.
Bishop g2.
bishop
Bishop
takes
takes
on
c5.
Which is a bit scary because
Now
you
we
are
can take
also
with the
pinned.
knight because we're also threatening knight f7.
Yes, that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. But what if we take with the queen now? What would happen? Well, I just want to see the difference. Because you also, if the queen trade, trade, you also attack
Yeah, you
the
have
bishop
the
on
same.
c5.
Yeah.
So you have like
that
extra
is.
tempo.
But well, here I was thinking Black could play queen b6 followed by knight c6. Oh no, of course that just loses the piece. Oh yeah, okay, queen c. Yeah, queen takes e5 is forcing the queen trade, and
Yes,
that leaves Black undeveloped.
yes, bishop on c8 looks also bad if you have a look.
Yes, and in fact you're right, because there's all sorts of after queen takes queen, knight takes queen. Can we see this on the board?
So
Because you
here
threaten
queen
the
takes,
bishop.
knight takes.
Yeah, and then you've got the bishop on. I guess you have to. Black will have to play b6, because if the bishop retreats,
Yeah.
Yes.
there's knight in check and horrible things happen.
But now just knight on f7. Away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But now
well, maybe that's pointless for now. I wonder. Well, we could play knight on d6, and
knight
then
d6,
take
chop
the
off the bishop, and then chop
pawn
the
on
pawn, take the
f4.
pawn, and we're pawn up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think, and the knight is still on b8, so we still. It's still not that good.
Yeah.
Why here? Why not taking the bishop
Yeah,
on c8?
yeah, we can take. I just wanted to see if we had
That's
anything, but maybe. Because I really like this knight.
Yeah.
But I guess we
Do,
can't.
do we have to swap anything off? Can we leave the knight on e5
There's
and think of something else to do? Like I want to develop my worst piece, which is
there's another
probably the rook on
little.
f1.
I saw a little trap, but I think it wasn't working. But there was knight on b5 after from knight on d6 go to knight on b5, and there was a threat of actually no,
Bishop
we're not
d5.
trapping. Yeah, but I think you have rook on a6. So.
Oh, okay. But rook on
But
a6 is horrible.
no, yes, but now I think you can just bring the bishop, but the knight to the game, no, or even the bishop to b7 or something, and I think you.
Yeah.
No, that's a bit. That was just something caught my eye.
Yeah, that is
but
nice.
no.
But sometimes you can win. Actually, you can win the exchange with these kinds of positions. Sometimes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that wasn't correct. Sorry, we can go back to your variation, Jonathan.
And if we put the knight back on, we've swapped off the queens, and the knight has taken on e5, and black has played b6. So it's out. It's a position after black plays b6 here. Yeah, there. And instead of going for these checks, where we have a repetition, we want to either improve our bishop, which is not doing great stuff where it is at the moment, or else we want to improve our rook. And I think it makes more sense to improve the rook. But so it's just a question of, do we play rook e1 or from the f file to e1 or to d1? And I guess if we're on e1, then we might have fix. In certain lines, we could play knight f7 check, king goes to g8, and then we can then take the pawn on f4, because if the rook takes on f7, we play.
Oh.
Yeah. We would, but this
So
only
we play
works if
rook
there's
e1
rook.
first.
Yeah, we would then, and.
Okay, let's say if black kicks our bishop a4. Oh, I guess we just have bishop d5. So actually, that's not
you
a
play
problem.
bishop d5. Yeah.
But rook on a7, then and the rook moves to the game from a different direction. So, well, I mean after the bishop d5 directly, but.
Well, we can still play knight f7 because we always have rook e8 mate at the end. Oh, we don't. Oh, we don't. Oh, we do, because yes, this is fun.
Oh yes.
Fun tactics.
Okay. Yes.
and this is interesting. What happens? You see ideas, and then you start calculating, and you say, oh no, that doesn't work, and then you say, why doesn't it work? And you say, well, here in our case, because black has a bishop on c5 and the rook on f7, the rook will come back to f8 and it'll be protected. So you take there, and then rook e8. Okay, yes, this is
that's a nice. That's very nice checkmate.
Yeah, that's a very nice. Yeah.
Just a little ask to you, Jonathan. Can you fix your camera? Because you think your face. Yeah.
Apologies. Yeah.
I
was leaning back, relaxing.
That's okay. Don't worry. I'll let you know.
Hey Kyo, by the way, in the chat, and hey Goku.
But that's a nice tactic. Very nice.
Yeah.
But you can.
It's also it's also interesting to see how the tactic develops.
Yes.
And how you see an idea, and then you find that it doesn't work, and then you go to try and make it work, knowing why it doesn't work. And that's why Tosh, you thought of rook takes c5 so quickly there, because you knew that was the piece that was preventing us from achieving our goal. Yeah.
Well, I also just wanted to correct the pieces with all the tempos, and you were offering the queen on c4, and I just thought that actually queen on e2 is in the perfect spot. There are other pieces that should be fixed. But you can see that bishop on c8 and knight on b8 are obviously not developed, and that causes all the problems for the black. So anyone in the chat that it's on kind of beginner level, you can see that development is so important, and this situation basically leads to a loss. Well, we don't know that yet, but in those variations, yeah.
Yeah, so she actually played bishop b3. King
Anyway,
h8, and this is the...
okay, so let's move on to another of the games because we have a list
Yeah.
of games that the parents would like to see, and I guess there's Nitish Arun against Dogan Umut Anil in the under 13s open section.
Under 13. I'll have a look as well.
Oh, okay. Black's
open
king is in the middle of
13.
the board.
Oh, that's a king of the hill. One.
Is that what you call it?
Yes.
But that's one of those variations, isn't it?
Yes, we play that on stream sometimes. So my
Okay.
child is very familiar with it. But
Right.
if you put your king in the center, you win the game.
And you have to get into the middle four squares? Is
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
The central four squares?
You can't
okay.
here. You can't because they're
Right,
both
right.
protected. But we have a few fans of this variation.
Yeah.
Variant, sorry.
Okay. Anyway, this is curious because it started off as a Catalan, one of these closed Catalans, which I've been playing over the last few years as well. And Lara plays Catalan a lot. In fact, lots of people
I
play
think we've
Catalan.
seen it.
Yeah. But I don't. This is a strange move. Knight g5.
Oh, there's a knight f7.
Ah.
Knight f7
Okay. So
reminds
this
me
is a very this.
Alien Gambit. Well, it's not, but reminds. I think there's this tactic.
Okay. This doesn't seem enough. Oh well, of course. Okay, e5 hits the rook. So rook b8. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah. I suppose rook b8, bishop h3 check, king. Well, king f7, then e6 check, and you win back your piece.
That looks nasty for black. Looks really bad.
Yeah. So where did he go wrong? He played...
Well, G6 looks really
yeah,
odd
I guess
to me.
G6, yeah, you're right. G6.
When you have a bishop on e7, it just doesn't look right at all. You need to have a black square bishop there to protect those black squares.
Yeah, I guess you could just kick away the knight, maybe h6, or...
Why did they play g6?
They were worried about e5 and kick the knight and then mate on h7.
Ah.
Okay. Oh, in that. Oh yes, I suppose. That's pretty solid threat.
Again, what black did. Black on move 10 after knight takes c4 by white. Black played c5. And instead, as I always say, bring out your pieces before going on adventures. So I think Nitish should have played bishop b7 here. On move, yes, in this position.
Yeah.
But can we not just move the knight here in this? Oh, sorry, yeah, I have a different position on the board.
But if the knight goes up to g4 now, there's nothing going to be lost on the queen side. We can just play h6.
Yeah.
And the knight has to come back.
Yes.
And if e5, you just take, and then white will take the knight f6 knight, and you could take, well, with lots of people. You can take with the pawn, or you can take with either of the minor pieces.
But I completely agree with you about finishing the development, especially if you try to open the center and you're not developed. That may cause a lot of problems, and that's what you do when your opponent didn't develop the pieces. You try to open the position as soon as possible to punish your opponent. But white have a bishop on g2, and I don't understand the c5 move because that just looks really scary for your rook on a8 in the future. I think
yes,
so.
But c5 is the move you want. You do want to play c5 at some stage
And to demolish white center.
So
Yes.
I guess Nitish thought he could do it now,
Okay.
and unfortunately, that's not actually the true. So he got into a lot of trouble.
I
And
just
I
want.
think that the Turkish player Umut was like very creative here.
Yes, that is a very
This is
nice move.
terrific. But I guess yeah, and of course yeah. So if H6 now is E5, and if after pawn takes G5, there's pawn takes F6, followed by taking the rook, and so
Hmm.
black will be a whole rook down. So that's why that doesn't work. Um, and that's why G6 has to be played. And if then E5, the knight can go to D5, blocking the bishop. Right, so
Yes.
that explains that. Yes. Okay. So G6, then D5. But I don't like. I know.
Yeah,
What
it's
else? What else?
uncomfortable. Maybe you can just take first, but I don't think it makes a difference.
No, taking first. There's D6 will come, and the bishop diagonal will be opened up. It'll be horrible.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of reminds me of my game that I played against that 8-year-old in Sligo, because I got into a whole lot of trouble, and he had sacrificed a pawn for reasonable compensation, and slowly I had to always worry about him playing D6 and then forking me if I took on D6 with the bishop and forking me on E5, things like that. So just yeah, it's funny. But is there anything else? Okay, so can yeah, black can't play before the sack before 98. I can't play E5 because D6 wins the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
and,
oh, yeah.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it just wins. It just wins the bishop, wins the game. So you can't, and if you take, the pawn will take back, and there's still this horrible threat of D6. So 98 seems to be the only move, which is rather unfortunate.
Yeah. Nice tactic by White.
It is a very
Yeah.
nice tactic.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Very creative, daring, well calculated. Well done.
Exactly.
Okay, so I guess.
Oh, there is a it's quite interesting game with Adder against Ben.
Okay.
Okay.
We can have a look. Sorry, I'll just have a few games open on the side and I'm in case.
All these kings!
Yeah, I know, but this knight on F8, there's a lot of scary variations here. And the position, according to the evaluation bar, it's pretty equal. It's slightly better for Ben, actually, but I don't know. It looks very scary for black.
Yeah.
So there was some sacrifice, right? Because black is up a piece. Is that correct?
Yeah, he sacrificed on G7. He took on G7. White.
Oh, yeah, yes. So that's a very interesting game.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Adder. Yes, sacrifice here.
But I guess here, maybe you don't need to allow the rook to come into E8 if you take with the rook because the knight is covering E8.
Oh, so you think about rook takes on E1 first before taking back on D7?
Well, I guess that's what he did, and then take on D7.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh, so you think that the rook takes
Yeah.
on D7 instead of knight?
Yeah.
Oh,
just
true.
to cover E8.
That
Because I
makes a
don't
lot
like
of
that rook
sense.
coming in.
Yeah, I assume Ben probably wanted to keep some counterattack on the G file,
Yeah.
but we allowed the rook comes to the E8.
Okay, so what is?
Yeah, because now the king looks very scary, and I don't.
He
And now
looks
knight F8.
really scary.
The knight on F6 was so much better.
Yeah.
No, but could he play knight F6? Is and allow queen e6 check?
No, not in this position,
No,
but
no, no.
earlier.
Yeah, but here, can he
oh,
play
yeah.
knight f6 here?
Can we allow that?
Well,
we
queen
can have a look.
e6, queen e6.
Let's
I
just
don't
check.
think rook
I don't, it
f8.
looks no, because you have a knight on h4, no, or knight on. Oh, okay,
that
as well.
that's
But
that's
then, okay, the
it's
queen.
losing, isn't
Oh
it?
yeah, no,
Right.
the queen can't go.
Yeah,
But-
it's losing.
well-
It's losing. Okay.
Yes.
Because you can go back. Okay.
No, you can't.
But-
you can't. The
No, you
rook.
can't go back. Yeah, the rook. Okay, so no,
Knight-
that's just
yeah.
losing. Okay, so he had to play knight f8.
But that's
But the
correct.
question is now, yeah. So what in after the knight is on f8. Yeah. we
Yeah,
played
it's
knight
good,
f8.
but it could have
Ben
been
played
not
knight
so
f8.
ugly.
Okay, so
Well-
what's it? 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got so white has 2 pawns for the piece
Yeah, and a terrible king.
and a back. Okay, so but
Yeah,
there's
but
no
back
queen.
rank
There's
is
no
also
queen
like-
e6. There's
Oh,
no
that's
queen
true.
e6. There's no queen e7. If knight e5.
We
Oh,
just
actually,
take-
yeah, knight e5 check. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, knight takes knight, queen takes knight, or rook takes knight, and things aren't going as well as we'd like.
Yeah, maybe there aren't any. Everything is stopped. That's true.
If
Okay.
Ben will survive this position, it can be very good for him. So
Yeah,
if he
it will
plays,
be very good. So
Okay,
actually,
I think-
and it'll be
White
very
has
bad
just played
for the top
h4.
player. Yeah.
White's just played h4 in the game.
Can we
to
just take the
allow
pawn
to-
on b2?
Yeah, you can say that, but I think if you do that, there's knight g5 check, and the question is, what's happening to your king then?
Bro,
I think it's and if you, it's like if after queen takes b2, knight g5 check. If you play king g8, the queen e6 check is actually possible because the knight on f8 is pinned, and then it'll be mate. And if you play king, I guess if you play king f6. What is that? Oh well, king f6, you just lose the knight on f8. So a king f6 or king g6. So you have to stop knight g5.
yes. Well, another thing that we have to consider is taking. Rook takes on g5.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'd be
Yeah.
good. You have to make sure they can bring the queen to defend as well as soon as possible. But we are up a piece, so we can afford to sacrifice.
True.
Yeah, I guess you can bring the queen because you can give a check on b1 and bring it back to
I'll
f5.
be one and bring the g6.
Or g6, yeah.
But it looks a bit scary. I actually haven't calculated that knight on g5 at the beginning, so but the knights are very strong. The knight on c6 and knight on f8, they protect a lot
Defend
of squares around the
everything, yeah.
king.
They
I
protect
quite
a lot
like
of
it.
squares. They protect a lot of squares, but what they don't, what the knight on c6 is nice and stable because it's got a pawn protecting it, but the knight on f8 doesn't have anything protecting it.
No, and you have to be
And I would think that after, if in this line of queen takes b2, knight check, rook takes, pawn takes, there's the simple idea of just moving the rook over to say c8 and coming in on crashing down with your queen on e8. That looks very scary and it'll be difficult. It'll be difficult
true.
to. Can we put that variation up?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look because we're just trying to calculate on the board here. But
So
also
here in this position, for
yeah.
what we're-
So
Yes.
here
take
after
on B2.
h4, we take on b2,
yeah,
which
knight g5.
is
Or-
a risky move, but nevertheless. And now knight g5.
Knight g5.
Only move is rook takes g5.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight g5, rook takes g5.
Is that the only
h
move?
takes g5. I don't
yeah,
see
but I guess
anything. I think
because
we
the
looked at
king
everything
has
else.
nowhere to go.
And if you
Like
go,
nowhere
if you
safe.
move away from the knight on f8, you lose the knight on f8, and if you go back to g8, you get mated with queen e6 check, and followed by mate.
Yes. So
So-
queen on b1 check
Yes, I guess.
because I think that's the best. You can't take on d4, can you? No.
Why not?
Oh, actually, can you? No. Yes.
Well,
Maybe you can.
that's a curious thing. If you take on
Or you
d4 and
trade the
queens
queen.
come off, the queens come off, and the
Yeah.
curious thing is that the knights uh,
Are not coordinated
they're not
with.
great.
No.
They don't work well at the moment together. And we can just go to I guess we play rook b8 here for white.
Or
Yeah.
e5.
I think if you go to e5, black will be able to consolidate.
Can black
I
defend
think
the pawn?
no, you can't you can't defend the pawn, but you can
Oh,
bring your knight out to e6, and I think it gets harder for yeah, because now we'll win one of those pawns. We'll win the H pawn or the A pawn, and we'll try and win the B pawn, and then okay, now we play A4. I think A4 stops B5 if when we go and hit the B6 pawn. And what we want to do in endings, the knights have nightmares about the A and the H pawns.
Yeah.
Because they find it really hard to stop rook pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. So yeah. So taking on d4, I don't think it's correct. We can go back to the queen on b1. That might look a bit more better, stronger.
Yeah, I mean it is surprising because like a rook is worth what approximately 5 pawns and two knights will be worth 6 pawns. So it would feel that it should be better for black, but I think
true. But you definitely have the calculator and move like this as well.
Yeah.
So queen takes on b2, knight on g5, rook takes. We had pawn takes.
Yeah.
And then queen on b1. Let's check that variation.
Okay, king h2.
Yeah. King h2, and let's
I think
just bring queen to maybe g6. Or is that too slow? Or f5 even.
I prefer f5 just because it's more central. But
true, but you don't
but
threaten with a h5 check in case. Well, I don't know if we need that, but
yeah. Yeah, I guess I think they're both good. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Anyway, Ben
the move. Yeah,
decided
he
to go
took.
pawn grabbing.
He took on a b2.
A brave man.
Brave man.
Ben has good calculation skills. I know that.
We'll see if he will take. Let's do a prediction in my chat at least. If white will play knight g5, will black. Well, he has to take.
He has to. Yeah, there's no
okay.
other.
So let's. Okay, guys, I won't do that for you.
So I do wonder though, does white have another move apart from knight g5? That's another thing to ask chat.
Yes. Maybe you can try rook c8.
What would you play? 30 seconds on the clock. What do you play with white?
Yeah, rook c8 might be very awkward.
Maybe you can just play knight e6 to block the queen coming in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think knight e6 just takes everything away. It's not a nice position to be in for either color. I don't know if I would want to be any of them.
Well, I mean, don't forget there's a big difference in the rating between Ben and others. So I feel like, Ben might feel like he might have a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, he might exactly. But also, in terms of the king, like Black's king is really. I would really hate to deal with that. Okay, so he's playing knight g5.
Knight g5.
Yeah.
A little reminder: what will happen after like king on g8? Let's say that black would get too scared.
No,
So
king
Then
g8 just
Queen
loses to queen
e6.
to
e6, and
to
king has to go into the corner, and
Yeah.
it's then rook
oh
takes f8
yes,
mates.
yes.
So it's at night it ends up being pinned, and it isn't protecting e6 then. And I'm going to take a little break because I have to make a few phone calls
Yeah,
to
I'll
arrange
put us a
certain
break
things.
as well.
We actually, yeah,
And
I might do a break as well. So we're going to put the 10-minute break and we come back.
Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit, and we'll follow back from this game from Ben.
yeah, Ben's is playing into our analysis.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then we can also have a look after that at Lara's game. Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit.
See you.
Oh, the screen is a little bit. Wait, that's weird. Oh. Wait, here's. Okay, now they can hear us. They couldn't hear us.
No?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can you hear us now? We're back. Without Jonathan for now.
Yeah, he'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. So I think Ben is going to convert this because he's got this past a pawn.
Oh yes, he got. Oh, he can't. You think he can't stop?
Oh wait oh sugar, yeah. Oh no.
Can
wait
he not?
a second, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I actually
confused.
Oh, he went for the d4 pawn, which wasn't correct.
Oh god. But I was saying the knight endgames are quite complicated.
Yeah.
Well, at least for me.
Yeah, I think because we were looking at queen b1 and we were saying that he shouldn't take on d4.
Yes.
Yeah, but he took on d4. He didn't
Oh,
find
gosh.
queen b1, or he didn't go for.
Oh, so we were. Yeah, so he didn't have find. Oh, okay. Yeah. So God.
Yeah, he took on d4, and when we were looking at this, we thought that this wasn't going to be good for black because the rook is just so strong.
Yes, it's too. It's just quite easy for the rook to collect and control the pawns, and exactly what Jonathan was saying, that the knight are not the best with the rook pawns. This is exactly the worst scenario we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
oh.
No, another
Ben had
sub.
such a good. Yeah, he had such a good position here. I mean, it was very difficult, but queen b1 was the best try, and
Yes.
then he can just hold all the threats by bringing the queen back to g6.
Exactly.
Oh no.
No, that's not very good. It's a big difference, right? Between like queen on b1 would be the only correct move.
Yeah, I think we.
Can he not sacrifice? Sorry. Can he not sacrifice the knight for the pawn?
When?
Well, already in the final position.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess he did that, but now the rook is gonna take on h7 as well, probably. Well, I guess he can play h5, but now he's just an exchange down.
And that pawn is not strong enough on the d.
Yeah, I guess white's king can just come to f1 and hold the pawn, while the rook can still stay active. Like, probably the king and pawn endgame is winning because you can, well, it's not as straightforward, but it's still, I think, an easy one for white.
God, that's sad because it was really close.
Yeah.
It was such a hard variation. Because it's a big decision. He collected one pawn, and then I think to make a decision to not take the central pawn and just go for the check and try to keep the king safe. It's not as obvious as it looks now when we analyze the game on the side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not obvious if you're looking at it. But if you think... Yeah, I guess the calculation maybe is a bit difficult, but if you just think about maybe the rook getting activated, that might scare you off.
Yes. No, it does look scary. It does look quite scary. Although we also discussed that the knights are actually in perfect
Yeah.
position. Well, they obviously don't take part in the game, but they are protecting all the important squares. And the tricky part about it is that a queen cannot even do any checks on the f file because the rook is under attack.
Yeah.
So it was all kind of holding. Everything was holding together.
Yeah.
Just he went to the wrong endgame. But even after taking on d4, is that already quite like a losing move, or is there anything better that he could play afterwards?
Well, I think his opponent played really well because.
Yeah,
I guess
the
there's
rook on
no way to
e7
stop.
is a good check.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you can't stop the rook taking on b7, then I think just queen d4 is just a blunder.
Yeah, no, that's a bit sad. That's another sad game for Ben because we already saw a few games that he was quite close, and that unfortunately didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess even if he did win, he wasn't gonna finish in the top 3 anyway. He was quite behind in the standings, but
Yeah.
winning against an IM is definitely a result that you don't get every day.
I know.
Oh.
God. And he played such a nice variation that we just calculated, and well, he obviously missed the very important move at the end, but like other than that, he was playing quite well.
Yeah, I wonder if his plan, like when he took on b2, if his plan was anyway to take on d4, because he played it instantly. He played it in 30 seconds. Like, he just took it instantly. So I think his plan was already that, so maybe he didn't even think about not taking.
Yeah, I wonder, because... Well, it's easy to say for me now, but in the game, would I actually take the pawn, or would I play queen on b1?
Yeah, I don't know if I would either. Maybe, yeah. It depends what plan you go for when you take the pawn on b2, because I think you already make the decision then. Because you see...
I think...
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, look, he had a material advantage, and then he gave it away because he sacrificed the rook, so he probably wanted to gain some material back again to feel like he has control over the position, but in this case it was actually a bit poison pawn
Yeah, exactly.
somehow.
Yeah, because if he didn't take the pawn on b2, maybe he could have just tried h6 to stop the knight going to g5, and then you don't even need to sacrifice your rook. But if you go for the b2 pawn, then... Welcome back.
Oh, do we have Jonathan?
Yeah, Jonathan's back.
Yes.
Oh, welcome back. Hello.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, everybody?
Well, I can hear you.
I think,
then
we have a bad news for you.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it looks like Ben has this ugly endgame now.
So he played h6 to try and stop knight g5. But
he took a pawn.
Oh yes, yeah, of course. Then what happened?
So he took the pawn on d4, which he shouldn't have done. He should have just went to b1 like we were analyzing.
Yes, it's exactly what you were saying, Jonathan, with the rook, pawn, and knights.
Ah, okay. So that could be very nasty.
Yeah. So we were thinking. I think he already made the decision after queen takes b2 that he would take on d4 because he played it instantly. He didn't he played it in 30 seconds. So maybe instead of queen b2, if he just played h6, because queen takes b2 is good if you play queen b1 afterwards. But if you play h6 instead of queen takes b2, then you avoid knight g5 and you keep your material.
But funnily enough, after h6, white can take on h6.
Yeah, because Because the rook is hanging.
Because the rook will then be
Yeah.
hanging. But I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, and I guess that would you'd have to do that.
Yes, or go for what he went for, but then follow up with queen b1.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, you either sacrifice your rook and bring your queen back, or you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened? How did the game continue from here? Queen takes g4.
Rook e7 intermediate.
Yes.
Oh, clever. Oh, so that's a clever little trick, and it meant that we white saved a tempo.
Yeah.
And to take off, white will win both B and A pawns.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, that's a pity.
Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah, it's difficult.
Right.
And then he ended up having to sacrifice a knight for the A pawn, and now it's just exchange down.
And then that's just going to be lost, I think.
Yeah, that looks quite bad, unfortunately. And it was a pretty good game. I mean, the game didn't finish yet, but I feel like it was really nice that Ben actually noticed the variation we were calculating, and it was a difficult decision.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, but there could have been this trick here with knight g6, but it doesn't work if white doesn't go for the pawn on h5, because now if rook takes h5, you've got d2, and the king has to stop, and then you have knight to f4 check, and you pick up the rook.
Yeah.
So, what is that?
Yeah, it's funny, this material imbalance. I had a game again in a recent Irish Championship. Maybe, I don't know if it was last year or was the one 3 years ago. And I thought it was easy, and I thought I was going to win the thing simply. I was up a whole exchange. I think my opponent didn't even have a pawn for it. But it was just that the piece placements were ideal for black, and I had to be incredibly careful. And after it, I put the position up on Twitter and said, I had to be very careful not to lose this, despite it looking seemingly a trivial win. And the world champion in chess composition took my game, and from it he created a study.
Oh.
I mean, it wasn't a very difficult study. He didn't spend weeks or months at it. He spent about half an hour probably, but it was still very nice and very generous of him. And his name he's from Denmark. I think his name is something. Nielsen or. I don't have Twitter open. Oh no, I do have Twitter open on this, but I'm not sure. I won't bother. But, yeah. But anyway, it was nice. But sometimes those tricks with the knight can dance around and just make a fool of the rook.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's resigned. He's lost because you can go into winning king and pawn endgame now, and you can just take the knight.
How about the Thomas Brennan against Toby Reckless in the Open 11s?
Let's have a look.
Open 11s.
I don't think that's a game we looked at yet. And
maybe not. I don't think we did.
It is one of the games on our list that
oh yes,
they have asked for.
What are the players again? Thomas
Brennan and
okay.
Toby Reckless from Wales in the Open 11s.
So actually Toby won.
Ah, okay.
So the game finished.
Oh yeah. This guy. Oh, there's a sacrifice on f7.
Another sacrifice on f7. That's a sacrifice.
Yes.
Well, I guess this time it's not so much a sacrifice because you get it for free.
Oh, okay.
Just knight f7 and it's protected by the bishop.
Oh, that's funny.
White is playing very aggressively.
Oh wait,
But-
sorry. Yeah, there is a sacrifice. So both knights got to f7.
Yes. But
Oh.
I want I want to say that yes, the White's play was a bit too aggressive. I want to say reckless, but that's the second name of the opponent.
That's black.
But I guess,
Black wasn't reckless.
but I guess it's actually fine if you bring the bishop to f7. I think because the king position is compromised. So I think going for the knight to f7. But I'm surprised that black allowed that because you can just play e6 to not allow anything to get to f7.
Well, maybe that was a provocation to just sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because after knight on f7 now, the best move. Oh, it's just okay. Well, it's not scary. You just escape.
Yeah, and I think instead of knight, then just bishop f7, and it's still okay because, I think it's still okay for white because the king is a little bit weak.
Hello, Rob. E6, g4. Oh, yeah, that was an option.
Do you know this famous game between I think it was Deep Blue against Kasparov? It was the final game of the match that Kasparov ended up losing. I think it was 2.5 all on the scoreboard, and it was a Caro-Kann where Kasparov provoked the computer into sacrificing its knight on f7, and this variation was a known bad variation. Like Kasparov would have known it, like probably from the age of about 8 or something like that. But so it was well known, and he felt that the computer would not automatically sacrifice on f7, and Joel Benjamin, who is married to a former Irish women's Olympiad team player, Debbie Quinn. Joel was the advisor to IBM, the chess advisor. He's a GM, an American GM. And on the morning before the game, he programmed the computer. He added this line to the book and told the computer, if Kasparov plays this line, you should sacrifice on f7. And so and Kasparov was smashed in about 20 moves or something. It was absolutely awful to watch. Well, for if you're rooting for humanity.
Yeah.
So yes, that was in a sim. But this was this was a Caro-Kann, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a Caro-Kann, and except I think in Kasparov's game he played knight d7 on move 4 instead of bishop f5.
Okay.
I think it went knight d7, knight f6, knight f3, knight. Okay, so yeah, it was knight f3, knight gf6. Yeah, and then knight g5, knight eg5, knight from e4 to g5. Then h6, and this h6 is the bad move. Oh, we've lost our analysis there. Yeah, h6, and knight takes. Was knight x? No, maybe it was just knight e6. I think it's knight e6 instead of knight takes f7. I think it's knight e6, and then you just you play knight e6, and Kasparov takes, and then you play bishop d3 with the cunning threat.
Yeah.
and I think the queen has to move out, and you play bishop g6 check, and the king stays in the center of the board. It's very hard to yeah, with the bishop on g6, you can't develop your kingside pieces.
Yeah.
And so it's anyway. That's a famous
So
game
how do you
with
stop
this
bishop?
kind
You
of
have to
idea.
play king f7.
No, well, you don't. You're not supposed to. No, I think that does. I don't think that's good either.
Oh.
I think then you'd probably have knight e5 check, followed by knight takes knight, pawn takes, and the knight on f6 will have to move, and then you have queen h5 check, and it's going to be
I
game over very
guess
quickly.
you still have queen a5 check, picking up the pawn.
Oh, you do? Okay, so that doesn't work yet. I don't know.
Um, but
But that,
already,
anyway,
if black has to play king f7, then already it's good. I mean, you probably don't. You can just castle maybe.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can castle, and then you're threatening knight e5 because there's no more check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But.
But all of these things
Yeah.
are very. I mean, maybe I've got the move order wrong, but I think that's the move order. Yeah, I think that's the move order. Or oh no, you know what it is? Instead of knight f3 on whatever move, it's bishop d3. Bet you it's bishop d3,
Oh, sorry.
and then you're one move ahead.
Oh, instead of knight f3 is bishop d3.
Yeah, exactly.
And then after
Instead-
knight f6,
Yeah.
then.
And then knight f6, you play knight g5.
Okay,
then
h6,
H-
knight e6.
Oh, but that's just then you can't take it all. Okay, so that's not
Yeah.
it either. Huh. I don't know. Chat, go and look up the game. Look up. There's lots of articles about it. You'll probably find maybe it's even in Wikipedia.
I'd
There
say
might be an article on it.
some of the already did. Some of the chatters.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's a fun game, and it's fun to analyze, to look for that, and it relies on the fact that black can never develop kingside pieces, even though white is a whole piece down. It doesn't matter. It's just in a bad way.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one of our games that we were asked to watch.
I
Okay.
also checked all the other games under 11 there on the list. They already finished, unless we want to see the
Okay.
endings. But I'm on the game now. I'll open 15, under 15.
Okay,
The board one, they
Board
still
one. Oh, that's
playing.
important. Yeah.
So, and that was requested as well on the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That is open 15s.
Okay, we can start
Board
from the
one.
beginning.
Yes, we can
Um,
have a look from the beginning to see what was the opening, and maybe Jonathan can give us some
Okay.
theory lessons.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Well. Sorry, go back. You're going too fast. You're going too fast. Can we just? So it was a queen's gambit, and then with an early a6, and those are cunning variations. Carlsen plays them with black. Yeah, make one more move now. Yeah, the a6, great. Carlsen plays those with black. Quite a few other players have started playing them as well, and I guess it's kind of they're creating new theory, because nobody would have done this, 20 years ago. They would have said, "What the hell is that?" Bring out a piece. So, folks, don't do this at home. But players of Carlsen's standard can get away with it. I had a game.
Don't do a6, you mean?
Yeah, it's well, yeah, because unless you know what you're doing, if you play moves like a6, and h6 and whatever, instead of bringing out your pieces, you can end up going on adventures and that. And if you don't have your pieces out, they will always end badly. Or nearly always. But yeah, I had a game in the Armstrong a few years ago against Sam Collins, who certainly was Ireland's strongest player for a few years, and Sam played a6 against me, and I got this horrible position as white, where I had no pawn breaks, and I had to just sit there and just wait for him to do things. and the game went like 70 moves, and eventually I ran out of time and I made a mistake, and he pounced. So yes, so that and I lost the game. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think normally people would they would go into the exchange variation by taking on d5 here, but Adeline just played e3, and now we're heading kind of maybe for Slav type position, or what is it, semi-Slav type positions. After d takes c4. Oh yeah, again d takes c4 is too soon.
A6, okay.
Yeah, so black took on c4. Well, white played after a6. White played e3. Here, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then black took on c4, and really, black should have played something like knight d7 or bishop e7, or
I think d takes is actually the main move.
Really?
According to the opening book.
Wow. I would not have expected that, because I mean, I don't play Queen's Gambits very often, but I would have expected you want to wait a move for white to develop their white squared bishop, and then you take and you win a tempo. You make them waste a move with their bishop.
Maybe. So I guess I'm just looking here. Like if you play bishop e7, for example, white can play b3, and then white can probably recapture with the b pawn.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Or that's what has been played before. Yeah.
Okay. These players are probably well booked up. Certainly, the Turkish team, the Turkish player will have been given preparation. I guess the Romanian player will also have some.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing after a6. Yeah, the Romanian player instantly played e3, and
yes, yeah.
And,
I guess he spent up to 5 minutes on black played 5 minutes to play knight f6.
Right. Okay. But then they played the up to here quickly, and then b5 happened also instantly.
Yeah.
Bishop g3 happened. Oh, okay. So a minute and a half or 2 minutes, or roughly, to decide to move the bishop back to d3 instead of b3. And then bishop b7 happened fairly quickly. Then I would think a3 was the next move, and oh no, that was also that was instant.
Yeah.
This is incredible from the Romanian player.
So actually here after a3, I think c5 is the immediate c5 is the main move, but he played it anyway 2 moves later.
A lot of these positions, I guess, will transpose unless there's some subtlety.
Yeah, because here instead of castling, you can play b4 and stop c5 with white.
Okay. Ah, right. Yes.
So you do have
so
short window to play c5, unless white stops.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop.
Okay.
But yeah, white decided. Actually, okay, I guess it makes sense. He didn't play. Well, he spent almost 4 minutes on castling, so he maybe is out of book. Since b4 wasn't played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's useful to know, I guess, that you have a limited time to play c5. So after a3, you need to play c5 here with black if you want to get the chance to play it.
Sure.
Yeah, that's.
And also, I guess if white takes the pawn on c5, then you can recapture with your bishop in one move, developing your bishop.
Yeah.
You're not wasting a tempo.
Yeah.
There is a question from Rob. I guess before it's a good move, how exactly are you supposed to organize the c1 bishop to be good for white?
Okay, I guess there's there's two diagonals you can go to. You can get it fianchettoed either on b2 or c3,
Hmm.
or you could push your e pawn up a square so you can come out on the c1 to h6 diagonal, maybe to g5 or e3 or f4, I guess. So those are the options, and I
Yeah, I like
how
bishop
you how
b2.
yeah, but this is here, but in I think in the game, uh, that b4 hasn't been played yet,
Yeah, but yeah,
and but yes, I guess White could, if even if White doesn't play b4, maybe White could play b3 and bring the bishop out to b2, or else, as I said, White can play play e4 at some stage and then
yeah,
bring the
Hmm.
bishop out on the normal diagonal.
yeah. And if I guess since the pawn on d5 isn't there, the bishop isn't as closed in as maybe in other variations where the d4 pawn isn't able to move, and then your bishop is locked in. But you're still flexible since the d pawn isn't there anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting question, but I think it's quite difficult to decide which is the better plan until you see a specific position, and then you have to calculate, and you have to decide whether by playing a move like e4, are you weakening certain squares. Um, because we got our pawn on a3, we don't have to worry about our knight on c3 being kicked away.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, so we're not going to lose our e4 pawn, which might happen in other variations. But yeah, I don't know.
We can have a look
I
at how the game went because
Yeah.
I see that black is only left with 6 minutes, so I
Oh,
think
yes.
a lot has happened. So c5 did come in anyway after white castled. He played c5,
Mhm.
and then they both developed a few pieces here. So rook d1, and okay, so he decided to develop his bishop to d2.
Okay. I guess it'll go, maybe it sometimes goes to a5.
Oh,
Like if but okay, now did White take with the pawn?
yeah,
Oh yeah, if Black played knight b6, in some variations the bishop can kind of pin the knight by
Yeah.
playing to a5.
yeah. Okay, so he took with the pawn black castle to rook c1.
Yeah.
And then
Queen b6.
h3 was played.
Okay, yeah, I suppose it's all right, but it's a little bit slow. I was wondering, can you play? No, knight e4, pieces will come off. That's not good. You want to do something. The worst piece. Improve the worst piece. If you don't know what to do, improve the worst piece, and
Yeah.
that's definitely the bishop on d2.
So maybe
Yeah.
bishop g5 or bishop
Oh,
e3.
does bishop f4 work or?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just quite like how he controlled the whole diagonal there, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. It's definitely better than on d2.
yes.
after h3, White, I'd say Black has the possibility of bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, followed by queen takes d4. Would you are you a pawn grabber,
Mhm.
or do you value your bishops?
Oh well, these
They're scary.
yeah, the bishops now, White's bishops now. White has no more problems. The issues that they were facing before have disappeared.
This looks very scary
Um,
for black. I think this. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I guess
I
bishop
like this.
e3.
What about even bishop on? Oh yeah, bishop. I was thinking bishop g5 for a
Okay,
second.
so where can the queen go now? Can go to h4. Okay, yeah. bishop g5. Bishop e3, queen h. Yeah, this seems to be surviving, I think.
You just get a lot of activity for white, I think.
Yeah. I really like white's position. Even if I'm a pawn down, my pieces are all playing.
But
But
I
the thing is,
actually.
black has no weaknesses.
But can we go back? We played bishop on e3, but I'm thinking maybe bishop on g5 could be strong because there's another thread with some tactics and rook takes on d7 after we
Okay.
move our
So-
white
so-
bishop.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
so
right.
here I guess we play queen b6.
Okay. And now I think we have what Tosh was saying with bishop takes h7.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about this. Or
So
can
maybe
we play bishop to e4? Does that work? First, oh no, because the rook goes to d8, and I
Yeah.
think we are losing this.
But I think you can
Um,
just take on h7. You can just take
Yeah.
and then take on d7.
Take on d7.
Okay, so king
and
takes.
Take.
And knight takes.
And
then
we take the
here.
bishop, and we are down the exchange, shall we?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take the exchange and the pawn.
Well,
that
are
I
you gonna
should have-
move
I
your
grabbed
rook?
early. Of course.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, because
I don't
we're
know.
taking on f7 now.
No, but wait.
But we're
I-
down a
I-
pawn, even if you leave the rook there. That's what worries me.
And
No,
then
we're
knight
equal on pawns. We're
e4.
equal on pawns. We're equal on. Do I have knight e5?
Oh, we are equal. My
I've
bad.
knight-
Sorry.
I've
Knight e5, then I've got queen h5.
Oh, you do, and you're okay. So that's no good. Okay, wait. Let me think. Okay, yeah, that's. I was looking at queen e4 check, but that I was happy to give back the exchange, but drop the knight back to g6. But the queen there is much stronger. This wins. So knight e5 is no good. Knight f6. Yeah, if I play knight f6, would you take the rook or the knight with your
I
bishop?
take the
on
knight.
e7?
I
I
take
think
Yes.
knight
I would
because
too.
the knight is.
I would be much more scared about bishop takes f6
Yeah,
than
definitely.
anything else.
This looks very ugly for black. Well, maybe you can hold with the rooks, maybe.
Well, I do wonder
Yeah.
if bishop on h7 was too rushed, if there was anything more solid. Well, this is not bad, but I'm just thinking if there's anything that we could play that maybe creates more threat.
I guess we need to act fast because rook d8 will just defend next move.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, I'm losing my banners here.
That's okay.
The banners are needed for it's yeah, my studio is falling apart.
But that's better because we get more behind the scenes. It's more raw.
But you
real.
you see my bat cave then.
All the best behind. Yeah. Yeah, but maybe you're right, Diana. Maybe bishop on h7 is good, but I'm just thinking if there's anything without losing the material. Kind of.
No,
Well,
Well,
it
I
does
guess we
it does
get,
seem
we get
that
back material. We get the rook back.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So.
No, we didn't. We new variation was still down on exchange, but it was. With
yeah,
the,
but I think even white is
yeah.
better.
Okay.
Well, I think probably black needs to give. Well, I mean here. Okay, if you keep the rook and you play like I don't know rook g8 or something. Well, okay, it's just you can't play that.
oh. That would be unfortunate.
Yeah.
Rook f to c8. Rob is proposing this move. But then can we
We
not
can
just take
take
on
on
f7?
yeah.
Rob?
It's yeah, it's not going to be nice.
Yes. So that was pretty interesting little. That was the problem with taking the pawn on d4 and opening the d file. There's a little a few threats.
But I think none of us would none of us really want to give up our lovely bishop on b7 just to gobble a pawn.
Well, it depends who we're playing.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So is it like a standard of player that you would like? If you were playing Kasparov, you wouldn't do it, but if you were playing, I don't know.
I guess it also
Me.
depends on the
If
match.
you play me, Diana, would you play?
I think it depends on the competition. If it's like a very if it's, I don't know, I need to win, then probably not, because I would feel a little bit worried about it. But if there's no risk involved, I think I would go for it. Yeah.
That's true. That's quite
Okay,
interesting.
so we got up to h3, this square, and what happened after it was rook ac8. So so black also decided taking that pawn was a bit too hot, and decided just to sensibly develop a rook. And the white bishop went backwards. The other rook came into the game. Yeah, this is Alex Boborin, who, as everybody in Irish chess knows, is our only grandmaster. And many, many, many years ago, Fodó in Éireann, he wrote a book called Winning Pawn Structures. And it was about the isolated pawn. And I was lucky enough, I proofread the book for him. And
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I was proofreader.
That.
Yeah, I got a free copy of the book as my
nice.
payment. But no, it was excellent. But what was really good about proofreading a book is you look at every variation and you try to figure out if it makes sense, or if the variation is played and there's some moves in it that are really hard to understand and maybe need extra explanation. And you tried to find, and back in the day, there were no computers telling you what was good and what was bad. So you had to actually work this out yourself on the board. But reading a book like that is a completely different experience than just like sitting down and space barring through a Chessable course or a chess database or something. It's very interactive. But I remember one of the ideas was that once you often reroute the bishop from the d3h, like if black had played g6, you kind of you threaten to do nasty things on h7, and then black often will play a move like g6, and at that stage you reroute your bishop round to the other diagonal where our white squared bishop here is on a2, and that's a very common idea. To suddenly you get off the diagonal that's blocked with a pawn on g6, and you move it on to you look for fresher pastures on a2 heading to e6. So I guess if everything goes well for white in this kind of position, white is going to play knight g5, and something's going to sack on e6, or else another common theme is for white to play d5. Even if it's a pawn sacrifice, that's a fairly common thing to do as well. Yes. But like black is better here because they didn't play g6. Anyway, it seems to have been a draw.
Yeah, the game. I think a lot happened. So
a lot happened.
Knight got into e5. Black played b4 to kick away the knight. So a pawn exchange here. The bishop went back to b1. And now it looks like black's king is in a lot of trouble. So I don't know how it ended in draw. So we've got a bishop sacrifice on g6. Okay, so king f8, and now I'm wondering, bishop h5 to say with the bishop.
So what should we play? Oh, I suppose queen h4 is a move, isn't it? That's what Lichess is showing the arrows, but it also shows bishop to h5, which apparently is a bad move.
What about bishop h7 to threaten queen g8? Is queen g8 a threat?
No, it's not a threat, because you just walk over to e7 and you're fine. No, I think the bishop has to keep probing at f7. But I wonder if queen h4, because now if pawn takes g6,
Queen
you've got
f6.
queen f6 check,
And
and
then-
you have at least a perpetual,
Oh, and you bring the rook in, rook d3.
and you do the rook lift.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's
Or
nice.
as Lexi would say, you bring it up the staircase.
Oh, right.
Oh, nice.
Do you remember she
Yeah.
said in her interview with RTE, she
Yeah.
mentioned the staircase, and I guess one of her coaches showed her this staircase mate where you kind of go up the diagonal but in small little rook moves up the long diagonal.
Yeah.
Very fun. But, yeah.
So, okay, so White decided to save the bishop. I want to just see what happened after that. But I guess queen h4 is...
Yeah, just want to ask Jonathan, are we short on Maltesers today?
We have 2 packets, and I'm getting the munchies. I was thinking of eating one of them, which would mean that we can only interview one player.
Because there was a question in the chat why no players for interviews
Oh,
yet.
okay, yeah. We had a few players that just rocked up as we were going for a break, and unfortunately, I'm also trying to organize the closing ceremony,
Oh, yeah.
and
It's okay.
I'm also trying to organize getting the tables back to the company who we rented them from. So I was remiss because I love being an influencer and media streamer on this show. So so I actually had to do my day job, as it were,
That's okay.
and the children missed out their chance
For getting Maltesers.
for getting Maltesers, and yes, indeed. But there may be some more. I guess what time? Oh, it's coming up to 6 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know. I think the young ones have probably all mostly finished.
Yes. Also, from the list that we received, there's another player that's still playing. I think it's on Open 13, under 13. It's
Yeah.
Komarek.
Kumarik.
Komarek. I think I had this game somewhere. Oh yes, this game is I think still going on. Yeah, so it's actually a lot of change.
Oh, actually, I'm just looking at. Oh, I'm looking. Have you? I'm just as I'm scanning. I'm just seeing that Nitish Arun, who we saw looked to be in a very dangerous position because his opponent played very creatively. Do you remember that game we
Yeah.
looked at? And
Oh, we can
he
have a
played
look.
very creatively, sacking on f7. Well, it's now down to there's queen and 3 pawns against 2 knights and a rook. So I guess the pawns are going to overwhelm the knights and rook.
Yeah. What was the? Sorry, what was the group?
Same,
The
under
age group.
13.
Under 15.
It's
Okay.
under 13s, yes. Open 13.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, this is really interesting. Queen versus 2 knights and a rook, but the pawns are
Yeah,
so
yeah,
strong.
yeah. They must be just
Yeah.
chasing the minor pieces away.
Oh, that's.
And
this
here,
game.
in fact, isn't there? There's just going to be. Oh, wait.
Queen h5.
Oh, of course. If knight takes f5, queen h5 check, and
Yeah.
you drop the knight. So you can't do that. And the threat is now queen g7 and queen f7 mate.
Yeah.
No, I don't. If I play the check on h5, the king escapes. So it escapes
I guess
to
then
d6.
you can also play e7.
Although you can fork, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that will win as well. Yeah. So
Yeah, and he's only left down to 1 minute. Maybe he has to... Oh, yeah. You don't really want to give up.
tell me this. This is going to show how ignorant I am, but I never figured out how to do arrows on ChessBase, and I guess Lichess and Chess.com, you can also show arrows there, can't you?
On ChessBase, I think you have to press. It's either Alt or Shift.
Yeah, I think it
Same
is
time.
alt.
Okay. And And on chess.com?
It's just the same as Lichess. Left.
Just the right,
Oh,
right,
sorry, right. Yeah,
right
sorry.
click, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I
And then
haven't
then
used
drag.
chess.com in such a long time.
Yeah.
I can't remember
Because
the last time I used it.
yeah, I'm always very impressed with how the other commentators they just like and yourselves you
Oh
just
yes, no.
do up the arrows and it's terrific.
Have you ever seen Hikaru making the arrows? He's very.
I don't watch many streamers. It has to be said. I think actually, I have to say, Tasha, I've probably watched you about as much as I've watched Hikaru, which is not a lot, I have to admit, for either. So yeah.
That's okay, but he always makes a lot of arrows when he calculates, and a lot of people are very shocked. It's like a meme, like it's very popular online that he likes the arrows.
Okay, I think it looks if is there oh there's there's one two there's 3 4 games there's 4 games still going in the Open 13s.
Yes. So I
we've-
have on the side the Comarex game, but also later on we can have a look at Marina's game. We never look at her game. And then I
Okay.
have Lara open here.
Okay,
Keep
so
an
we
eye.
have a quick look
Let's
a
look
quick
at
look at
Marina's game.
Komarek's game.
Oh,
then, I
right,
guess.
yes. So Marina just needs a draw to get podium.
Yeah, so
Oh, wait.
I keep an eye on a few games here. And just to give you quick info, Lara has quite equal position. A lot can still happen.
Okay.
Nothing crazy.
Okay. And how's her time?
Her time, she's on 25 minutes, and her opponent's only on 4 minutes.
Ooh!
That's good.
So-
That's good!
So well, a lot of can change in the
Yeah.
position.
Sure.
Usually Laura's the one in time trouble.
Exactly. Yes, that's
So it's good to have it the other way around.
So how is the Comarex game?
Looks like white is a pawn up and has a really nice knight on e5, but maybe the a pawn can create some damage later. A and B.
Oh yes, we have it. Have a look.
okay. So Komarek just offered to exchange rooks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you what do you think about a rook on a4, but I feel like the opponent already decided doesn't like the rook and wants to trade it.
Yeah,
I
if it
guess-
comes to a2, it's...
Black doesn't have a choice though. I think black has to play rook takes rook.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
how do you defend the a pawn?
You play bishop b4.
But then knight c6.
Oh yes, indeed. Okay, so okay. Well, then you're losing it. Yeah. Okay. So this Komarek, that was a good move by Komarek, just to say I'm going to target your silly pawn.
Yeah, and knight c6 is too slow, I think, because... bishop c7 is too slow, because knight c6 and then rook a8 definitely doesn't look... Oh, sorry, you lose the rook because of knight
Oh.
e7.
Right. Yeah. No, the white square bishop is much better than the white square bishop is much better than black square bishop
Yeah.
position. It would appear. Okay, so I think Komarek will possibly win. Probably win.
Yeah, well, it will be a good result because he's actually 200 points lower rated than his opponent.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna check the standings. So... Okay.
Yeah, Nitish Arun lost that game we were looking at.
Oh,
The pawn, one of the pawns ended up queening, and yeah,
yeah.
2 queens against a single rook. Not very nice.
No.
And it happened it went downhill very quickly actually.
Yeah, so this position is looking good for white. We can look at Marina's game. maybe.
Yeah.
Uh,
And she is in which
in the under
section?
15 girls.
Under 15.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, there we go. Marina Petrenko.
So she's on a bit lower time. She's under 7 minutes, and her opponent's under 15 minutes.
Her opponent played one of these cheapo openings.
What does
with
that mean?
It means that you play these real sidelines, and
Okay.
you're just trying to you're just hoping that your opponent will be so confused by them that
Oh, yes.
that they won't have a clue what to do, and they'll just make really bad mistakes. But sadly, when I play those, I tend to get horrible positions.
Okay.
So this B3 Sicilian, Sicilian
Yeah,
with
it's
B3,
E4.
it's a bit weird.
It's quite interesting that black exchanged the traded the black square bishop. Is that supposed to be? It's like a line, or because knight on h5 in the move 8.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. You're right, because maybe, do you need to do that? Maybe you can just develop the knight.
I don't think I would do that. I think normally, but I mean I play these double fianchetto positions from the King's Indian attack, and there's always this, and sometimes you're playing a double fianchetto against a double fianchetto, so all the bishops are on knight 2 squares,
Yeah.
or b2 g2
Just
b7 g7,
doesn't feel very.
and yeah, and you tend to have to figure out which bishops you want to swap. And I heard of things one time where somebody said, which bishop is safer, the b7 bishop or the g7 bishop? And what was the answer? Yes, the answer was the g7 bishop is safer because it's protected by the king.
Oh.
Protected by and so black in that situation may want to actually swap it off, because then, but doing it the other way, it doesn't kind of make sense to play knight h5.
Yeah, I just trying to understand. I was thinking maybe there are some tricks that the fact that diagonal will be quite open and the knight on b1 is not developed yet. I thought maybe there are some tricks with trying to attack the rook, but I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so at the moment anyway, I see the position. Marina is down about 8 minutes on the clock. The position. One thing that she's not doing, she hasn't brought her second rook into the game, her F rook. And again, that's like improve your worst piece.
She still has time to do it.
I guess I would be thinking either rook fd8 immediately, bring it in, or else rook c7 with the idea of rook fc8, pressurizing.
Or you could bring the rook to c3 and then do.
No, if you go to c3,
Oh.
Diana, the knight will just go to e4 and you'll be kicked back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you just wasted time.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's sad. So you have to be a little bit more patient. And I guess as well, if your idea is to kind of double up on the c file or triple up on the c file, as might be, because the knight on e6 is really nice piece. It's kind of holding your d pawn. It's stopping those rooks going crazy on the e file. So you would play. I think you want to stop moves like knight c4. So you're going to play b5,
B5, yeah, you're right.
and you're going to play b5 and a6.
Yeah.
Um, and Marina has just played rook
She's just
c7.
played your move, yeah. I guess here I
Yeah.
do like knight c4 because then you can go to e5, then g4, and then h6. If you can get the queen open, you have a nice.
Well,
Oh,
and
yeah.
actually, and you know what, Diana, what you do is before you play knight h6, you wait till your opponent has gone to the bathroom, and you
You take the
sneakily
pawn
remove the
away.
d4 off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you play knight h6 checkmate.
Yeah. So
Jonathan, you have to be careful. There's a lot of young kids watching this stream. They might not get the sarcasm.
but actually one of the kids that were interviewed earlier, he did Ross asked him if he likes to walk around and he said no because he doesn't want his opponent to make a move to do something while he's not watching.
Yeah, that was Henry Williams, I
Yeah.
think, if
Yeah.
I remember rightly. Yeah. Actually, that knight h6 mate, though, that idea, I was playing Fado in Éireann, long time ago when I was a junior. It might have been my third or fourth tournament, and I thought I was terrific. I had read Nimzovich's My System. I knew everything there was to know about positional chess. And Fred, who was the rating officer for many years, he had his knight somewhere like on b1, and he moved it to d2, c4, e5, g4, and I was thinking, what is he doing? You know, he's got nothing. I'm just playing a like positional masterpiece. I'm Petrosian reborn or Capablanca back from the dead. And then suddenly he plays knight h6 and was mate. And I thought, it was the worst thing ever.
Yeah, so she's actually just played knight c4. So maybe if you play rook c3, you can provoke knight e4, and you don't have it to worry about any of those.
Yeah, but she could have just played b5, stopping it.
Yeah, b5.
Immediately.
b5 is good.
But anyway, again, but it takes 1, 2, 3 moves. It is kind of nasty though, isn't it? 95. Because 95. Ooh. Yeah, here's the thing. I thought 95, and if we tried to stop knight g4 with h5, then this knight takes g6, and the knight on
or
e6
f7
falls. But it's
or
yeah,
knight takes f7 as well.
well, I prefer the other one, but unfortunately, let me see what happens though. There is. Yeah, takes. Let's see. There's the only thing. There's rook takes c2 in this line, which is no take the knight and just let's see. I can't calculate. I'm too tired after the whole week. But yeah, we had this fantastic dinner. We were invited by Desmond Beatty, the chief organizer, to a meal in the White House UL campus, and that is. I think it's a Michelin rated restaurant.
Ooh.
Food good last night.
What is the restaurant called?
I don't know. It's in the if you're on the Living Bridge, everybody if you ever go to Limerick, go into the campus in University of Limerick, and find the Living Bridge, especially in the summer. It is a fantastic, this amazing bridge that goes across the land and it crosses the river. I guess is that the Shannon that it's crossing, Diana, or is it a tributary?
I assume so, but
yeah. But opposite, if you walk out onto the bridge and then you look out from it, you will see this kind of mansion house, which looks a bit like the White House in Washington, in America, and yeah. Oh, this is very good. This I love White's play here. White, well, not in the analysis, but I'm looking at the actual the current position.
The a4.
A4. That's a terrific
stopping
move.
b5. Yeah.
I
Stopping
like this
b5.
type of moves.
Yeah, the prophylactic move. This is
Yeah.
another prophylactic chess that was invented by Nimzovich.
Oh,
Going back to our previous story, that
fun
was
fact of the day.
handy, wasn't it?
But if
Um,
you, yeah, sorry.
oh, go on.
No, I was just wanted to highlight that you also have the h4 pawn and a4 pawn, and
Yeah.
it's nice. And if you look at the position of white, they kind of try to gain space from the sides, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
I think to highlight.
So she's
Also,
played
just
now queen f6 or queen f3. So what?
give me a quick update on Lara's game. She's on 18 minutes and her opponent's only on 1.5 minute,
Oh.
and it's
We can
just
take a look at
slightly
it.
better for Lara.
Let's have a
But
look.
wait, I just want to make sure that you guys know.
Okay. Yeah, her opponent is under a lot of pressure because this is her only chance to get the medal.
Yeah.
To get the gold medal, I mean. Because I think she's already secured top 3. Wait.
Rob says in the chat, Lara has more time than someone. I don't understand. Is she known for being low time usually?
Yes, Lara uses all her time in almost every game, and often after 20 moves, she has like 10 minutes left or something like that. It's
Yeah. I didn't notice because I was always the one that used all my time, but I'm trying to work on that.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that. That was in. Lara Game Girls 17 and. Play that idea that to win the e pawn and give up the what was it, the pawn? There was another pawn that we had that we were kind of losing.
Oh yeah, the c5 pawn.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back 10 or 15
So that's
moves.
what happened actually.
Ooh, knight on d2.
So she played c5, bishop there, bishop check, king in the corner, rook e1. Oh, okay, no. Knight there. Okay, so she just played simple chess, but why didn't black play f4? Oh. Now she play. Oh, go back.
But
Oh,
Lara, I think, blundered just in life position. Oh, maybe she did. Well.
Well, I guess she can
Yeah,
just
she
move
fought
the knight
back. She fought back.
Or what's the wait?
Yes.
Knight c.
Is queen on d6 better than queen on d4 for black?
So in
Oh,
this
and
position.
then threatening checkmate. Yeah, queen d6 is really nice because you're threatening. Oh, are you threatening f3?
Just play g6 or g3 then. Like I guess if that happens, but that's not particularly nice.
But I think the threat is also to bring the rook to the
Oh yeah, you're right.
8 and do
Yeah.
like attack. You know, then the knight is in
But
the bishop.
okay, but in once the queen goes to d6, I will play. What happens if I play knight e4?
Knight e4.
Or do you play queen e5?
Yeah, queen e5.
Queen
So
e5?
maybe knight c4 taking away that square.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's-
And also hitting the b6 pawn.
Yeah.
Can we then play queen on? Oh, because I'm thinking queen on h6. But
Yeah.
I don't know that looks pretty good. Actually,
Yeah.
can we play queen h6 straight away or?
Yeah.
Oh, instead, yes, that seems a much more sensible move than queen d6. It's doing the same thing.
So after knight d2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
queen a6, queen h6. Yeah.
Yeah, that. So I think you need to stop the queen. You have to play f3 to stop them playing f3.
What about
Right.
f3? Is f3
Yeah.
any
No,
good?
I think, like as Diana said, you have to play it.
Yeah.
White has to play
Oh.
f3 to stop stop the bishop, the black squared bishop on c7 coming into doing very nasty things.
Yeah, I can't tell who I prefer because white. Black needs to keep an eye out on the queen side, but white needs to keep an eye out on the king side.
Yeah, the only thing is here. Let's see. Can you play? No, I was just wondering if after f3 you can play bishop e5, but that seems a bit too optimistic. The white can just take the bishop on g4 then, and bishop d4 check is nothing really. What you want is, did you ever come across quantum mechanics chess?
Yeah, I just saw it on. Wait, is that the thing on Big Bang Theory, or no?
I don't. It might well have been on Big Bang Theory. It sounds like the kind of variation that might
Where
appear
you have
on
it on
the
different
show.
levels, or no?
No, that's
Oh.
three-dimensional
Oh,
chess.
right.
That's what they played on Star Trek
Okay.
in the original series. They played three-dimensional chess. But no, quantum mechanical chess. Thing about quantum mechanics is that you can have, this thing about the cat, Schrodinger's cat. It's in a box,
Yeah.
and if an atom kind of or like a photon hits the box at a certain time, then the box will release poison gas and kill the cat. But you don't know when exactly, if that actually happened, and you won't know if the cat is dead or not until you open the box. It's one of these weird quantum mechanical things, and I'm not explaining it well because I don't understand it well. But quantum mechanical chess is where you can kind of have a piece in two places at the one time, and only when you need to, you decide where it really is. So I want my black squared bishop as black. I want the black squared bishop on c7 as well as on d4 in this position, and then I decide based on what white does whether it's actually on c7 or d4. So it's yeah, it's a bit weird. I will shut up now.
I got lost in the story about the cat. Sorry.
Josh, me too. But yeah, it's kind of it's a dangerous position, really, isn't it?
I will just ask you, Jonathan, to fix your camera.
Apologies. I'm leaning back again. I'm not paying. I'm slouching.
Don't worry. I keep
Slouching.
an eye. I keep an eye on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we repeated a little bit. Well, knight d2, queen d4, and
Yeah.
then queen back to f6.
Okay, but now I guess what would happen if Lara plays a move like rook d1, like just improve, or even h3.
Yeah, I like
Play
h3.
Play
Yes.
h3
Yeah.
to tickle the bishop. And
The
then-
bishop has to decide where to go. Where would you even go?
Well, I wouldn't take on f3.
You wouldn't
I
sacrifice.
like my bishops.
Oh, I thought maybe h3 sacrifice.
Yeah,
but I don't
h3
think
was
that.
played.
Oh
Okay,
yes,
good.
she just played.
Yeah,
still
she's
keeps her
playing
time.
quickly, which is nice.
Yeah, keeps her time advantages. 10 minutes difference. I think that's pretty solid difference.
Do you think she's listening in to the broadcast?
Yeah, she definitely has us in it 1 year.
Let's not say that. As well, not everyone gets the sarcasm.
But did you hear about the cheater that was caught analyzing his position at the game? In I think it was in America. I can't remember which state, but it happened recently.
I did
was-
see something on Twitter where somebody's opponent, after the game was over, they messaged the player saying, "Oh, you must have been cheating. You've got like a 98% accuracy score." And
Was it
and
Kramnik?
no, it wasn't. But it was somebody else. I don't know. It's two low rated players, and the player who was accused said, "Well, how do you know?" And the other player said, "Well, I was running an engine."
Oh,
So the second player was actually cheating all through the game.
Yes, yeah. So wait, I just got the story in Chicago Open. It happened a few days ago. He just had his device in the playing hall on his lap at the chessboard.
And
And
nobody
he's
noticed.
the national
Nobody
master.
noticed.
They noticed, I think.
Oh yeah,
What an
that's
idiot!
like cheating on the test, in school.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's kind of crazy.
it's like you're not even cheating well. You're just doing
Yeah.
it so badly.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they were checking. If you went to the bathroom, they would scan you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
Um,
now, yeah. So anyway, Black has played Bishop F5 after Lara tickled the bishop. It's gone
yeah,
backwards, and I want to move my rook now.
yeah.
Yes, what would be
Where?
the strategy plan for white now?
I
Which
think
rook and where? Because you can also play rook a7.
yeah, but Rook A7 isn't really threatening anything. No, I want to. Yeah, okay. She's moved her Rook to E1, and
Okay.
I think that's avoiding a black square. It's
Yeah.
taking control of an open file, but I think. Oh yeah, and actually that stops black playing a rook to the E file because the lovely queen on B5. So that's I think that's definitely the best move in the position, and well done, Lara, for finding it quickly.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
can
she
we
just...
should look at another game because this is going to, I'd say,
Yeah, we
well,
can come back. Let's have a look at Marina's quickly. How is she? Because she was. Oh, they drew. Marina drew.
That's great. She has a medal now. She just needed a draw.
Okay.
okay, that's great.
So
she probably
she's,
offered.
let me just check. So she secured second place, I guess. Because yeah, she secures second place, and it just depends if wait. And Palin also drew, so yeah, she's got second place.
Also,
Second or third, or
Well, oh, I guess yeah, second or third on tiebreak, depending on the tie breaks, because she finished on the same amount of points as Ailul, who had a bye and couldn't get a point this round.
okay, right, yes. Thank you.
In under 17, there's only one game played, and it's an Irish player, Luca Devine.
Yeah.
This is an end game. Oh, and the knight. For 2 pawns. That's quite interesting.
Open 17. And where? Oh, Eri won. He didn't come to talk to us today.
Oh.
He's probably gone into Limerick to find Irish jerseys or something like that.
Yes. I was about to ask you. You didn't help him get the jersey yesterday.
No, because I'll tell you something, Tosh. If you go to Limerick and you put on a Shamrock Rovers jersey and you walk around the streets, you get about 50 meters and you will either be arrested or beaten up or thrown in the shamrock. Take your pick. So you can't buy Shamrock Rovers jerseys because it's the Dublin team. And
Oh yes. Okay.
As is typical in most countries, most countries, the non-capital city, the people living in non-capital cities hate the people in the capital city because they think the people in the capital city are kind of stuck up and
Yeah.
whatever.
That's everywhere.
that is like, I know I have lots of German friends, and the ones that don't come from Berlin hate Berlin. I love
Yeah,
Berlin,
and
but I'm not
same
German, so
with Warsaw in Poland. I think you get that
is it?
similar
Yeah,
vibe.
yeah,
Yeah, I've only been once in Limerick, so I haven't experienced
right.
too much of that yet.
And actually, yeah, we were told we went. They went to the shop Decathlon, which I think
Oh,
has kind of sports equipment and so on.
yes.
And we only had like 5 minutes, and they ran around it quickly, and of course couldn't buy anything, and there were no clothes there, so it's just equipment. But the security guard who was closing the shop up, he advised them not to walk around with their phone in their hand or whatever, because it's a dangerous city. Now, he
Oh,
admitted that he was from Kilkenny. And of course, Kilkenny and Limerick are fierce rivals in this year's hurling championship. And Limerick are going for their sixth title in a row, and they could well do it. And Kilkenny, who used to be like top dog for many years, they haven't been doing great for a long time. So they're looking for vengeance. And I guess the security guard was, some of his biases were creeping out in his comments, due to the hurling.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happened in Luca's game? Oh, he was playing Fabian. I don't know Fabian. He's one of the Germans I don't know. Although I probably know him to see, but I don't think I've talked to him much. Um,
Also, there's one
so
more
yeah,
game going. Sorry.
so Luca seems to be just winning this.
Yeah, but if you go
Um,
back, it's interesting because if you go back one move, he had instead of rook e6, maybe he has a sacrifice on h6.
oh, with the knight, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
That looks quite uh, dangerous. Do we have to take it? Do we have to take it though? We don't take, because if you take, then the queen takes. But if we don't take it, the queen's like, if you play just king f6.
oh, we
No, if you
have.
go to, if you, yeah, or king f8. If you could play king h8, of course, there's knight forks the king and queen.
Yeah, you have a nice tactic. You can still fork the king and queen. You can take sacrifice for the rook.
Oh yes, queen takes f. Oh yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Love the arrows.
Um, but that's kind of tough because instead of taking on h6, he played rook e6, which I think now is he loses a piece because you can just take the knight on g5. So
yeah, yeah.
it just one move just lost him the game. Well, we don't know yet, but
Yeah, but then the ending seemed to be very clear. White only had a pawn for the knight, and somehow he started losing control again. Um, oh. Yeah, he on move 33, move 32, he played queen e7, and I was wondering why not just queen f7. That protects the d pawn, and it also kind of protects the b pawn and so on. But he played d7 and allowed queen c8 check, king h7, and then queen f5 check, and the d pawn is dropping.
wait, can you say the variation again?
Yeah, you have to move on to the ending where the queen and knight against queen.
On Luca versus. That's weird because I don't have any of the moves on chess.com.
Oh, Oh,
I just have rook
okay.
e6, and then it just shows the time out for.
I'm
Out.
I'm looking at it on the free competition, which I won't mention the name of.
Oh, yeah.
And
No, I mean. Oh,
Don't.
sorry. I've updated.
okay, okay,
Sorry.
great. Yeah. Oh,
No,
okay.
you
Now
can you
this
can mention Lichess. I'm still a fan of Lichess.
right.
I
But if you go, go back a couple. Yeah. So if you go back a few more, well, okay, the queens came off after dropping the d pawn. So if you go back a couple more moves, oh yeah, this move, yeah, queen f7 instead. It's queen e7 instead of queen f7. Queen f7 would have controlled the white squares, wouldn't have allowed multiple checks. And instead, yeah, queen f7 there exactly. That would consolidate the position. Um, but
Yeah.
Luca played queen e7, and that drops the d pawn, because it's unprotected and with a couple of nice checks by Fabian. And
Yeah.
and then I think he was probably right to swap off. But now White has 2 pawns for the queen, two pawns for the knight. And I wonder actually, yeah. Okay,
And we've got this edge pawn, which, like you said, the knights don't like.
yeah,
Oh, yes. Exactly.
yeah, yeah. And again, these kind of endings, what you do is you try to, you don't want to move you want to keep your pawns back as much as possible, to make it hard. But yeah, I think White has played quite well to. See, I wouldn't have played G6 to G5 with check. I'd leave the pawn further behind, because then it's harder to swap the pawn off.
Yeah.
I would instead of G5, I would have played knight E7 to D5 to try and get my knight onto a better
Yeah,
square.
yeah.
It's not doing anything on C6. It can't, because of the D4 pawn.
Or you can also maybe play b5, a5, b4.
No, I
Oh.
don't. I want my knight on a good square first
Yeah.
before I'm going to start messing with my pawns. Because if you move a pawn too early, then you can never take it back. So that's I don't know where I'm going to want the pawns. So I want my knight in a better position. Otherwise, it's just like a big pawn there on c6. But yeah, the pawns came off. And... Oh.
Do you need to go back to f5? Maybe you can just go to d1.
Oh, this way. That's good.
And go for the
Okay.
b2 pawn.
Okay, but then you're very far. You've got 2 pass pawns, a h pawn and a g pawn to control.
Yeah.
You do have a check on d3, so it means that you'll probably come back. So I guess if d5,
Then,
knight takes pawn,
yeah.
d6,
Knight d3.
then you have knight d3 check, knight c5 check, and you're coming back.
I
But
guess
it's-
king e3 to avoid the check first.
Well, that's just getting out of the way of the check before the check is given. So the knight would still come
Yeah,
back.
it's the same thing.
d3. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So knight c5. Well, knight
that's a good
c5
move.
does
Yeah,
that
yeah.
work, because then king d5. So maybe you have to go knight
Yeah.
e5 to.
No, knight e5.
Okay.
I just saw. Yeah, knight e5 is or knight e5 is better. All right. Yeah, no, that's a good move.
So
Actually,
yeah,
it's difficult. It's quite difficult, isn't it? I mean, you have to give up the
it's
c
very
pawn.
difficult. Yeah.
You have to give up the c pawn, but again, the key thing here is for black to have any winning chances at all. Black should leave his a and b pawns on the 7th rank, on the second rank, and don't touch them. and that means that White will have to play many moves before he can swap them off. And with the knight will stick. I guess in this position, you'd play knight to d7 in this position here, and then uh, You're going to use your king to mop up the h pawn. So, but it's those are hard positions to play.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
difficult.
Yeah.
And the current position, oh, I wonder, can I checkmate the white king? Oh, actually, yeah. There's a at this stage, Fabian has just played.
Yeah, instead of king
C4.
c7, you can play king d6. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I was thinking to take away the.
Mhm.
No, I don't think it matters where you bring your king, but I was thinking to get to d5, but you can just play c4 anyway.
Yeah, I suspect this game is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, maybe. Very interesting. I like the.
I'll
pawn
do
storm.
prediction in the chat,
Yes,
so you
we
can
can
bet your channel points. Knight and green.
And I'll just give you a very quick update. Lara is trading the queens, and she's still supposed to have a slight advantage.
Maybe black can actually win this because the king can't keep both pawns.
Okay.
Like after a6, well, a6 is being threatened, and then you'll just win the. What will you play with? Because you're right. Oh, I was thinking there's checkmating ideas. If c5, then you've got checkmate in 2, because a6, king a5, and knight c4 checkmate.
Right. Yes.
So
yes.
maybe black has a chance to win this. a6 is being threatened.
Sure.
And so
And
d5
now-
was played, and now a6 you can't defend both pawns.
Right. Yeah. I did actually just turn on the engine just because I was curious to know if there was a. I thought of a nice mate, but you play a6, and if the king goes to a5, well, of course here if you king goes to a5 now, it'll be mate, but before the knight was on b2, I thought you could play your king round. You play king b8 and king a7, and then play b6, and it'll be checkmate with the 2 pawns, which would be funny, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, now now you can just take the pawn, and black I think is winning.
Yes.
Well, it's not
I'd agree.
easy still, but if you try and
But you're making
yeah,
black is making progress.
yeah.
And he's won a pawn. So yeah, so Luca, I think has good chances to win the game now, and he's up in time as well. So that'll be a bit of a hard loss for Fabian. That's something. I hate losing my last round game.
Yeah.
Well, you're not the only one, but I
No.
think I like losing my first one, especially if I play against like lower rated player. That's the worst one.
So that's the worst one for you, is it?
Yeah, I don't like
Okay.
the bad start.
Yeah, that used to happen. Mikhail Tal, the world champion, he was notorious for losing the first round game in events. It didn't seem to stop him, and he wasn't playing the Swiss Gambit of losing early on and getting an easier
Oh, yeah.
set of opponents because he was playing in all play alls.
Swiss Gambit.
In the,
I'm quite worried about Lara's position because she's in a critical moment. The evaluation bar is jumping, and her opponent only has 15 seconds on the clock.
And there's also a nice endgame in girls under 11s, the only game that's left, a rook endgame. Black is a pawn up.
Under 11?
Yeah, girls. Emma versus Kester.
Oh yeah, I was checking the
So-
game as well.
Um,
Quite a long game, I think, for this age
yeah.
group.
I just looking at the time on Lara's game, she has 3 minutes. Her opponent has 30 seconds.
Yes.
So it's but the two bishops can be very strong, and I think Black is going to hold.
You think so? I put
Yeah, I
a
think
prediction
Black is-
in my chat,
And yeah,
guys.
Yeah, and another reason, if these kind of endings where white is one side is a pawn up, but has bishop and knight against two bishops on the other side, those endings occur an awfully lot of times in the Marshall Gambit in the Spanish, which is very popular, and they're considered like easy to draw. So the bishop's in this position. It's a nice open position. They have loads of squares to go to. Yeah, I think we're just going to see a repetition here. I bet you Lara is going to play rook e7, and they're going to shake hands in a few moves.
Do you think so?
Yep.
But it's
do.
an important game. I think Lara needs to win.
Yeah, Lara needs to win to get
Does
a
she?
medal.
Okay.
Yeah. If she
I
draws,
think-
then
okay,
her opponent will get
eh,
it.
And I'll make another prediction.
Okay.
She is going to try too hard to win, and she's going to lose the game.
No, don't
Well,
say
I
that,
actually
please.
think that it's. I mean, I think you should risk it because you only have one shot at a medal, and if you don't, then you won't get. Well, I guess if she draws. Wait, let me just check. So if she
Good
gets a
thought.
draw, she'll. Wait, how did Maria do? It depends on the other game because. So, okay, Maria. Well, actually, Maria's. Wait. What was the round?
Oh,
One
she did
second.
not go for the repetition.
No, she didn't. But
So
the
Where's
bishop
your fate?
a4. The bishop a4 looks a bit strange,
yeah,
and
Where's
that
your
allows
fate,
that
Jonathan?
that allows knight e6.
right now Mustu is on 7 out of 8. So Lara needs to get a win if she wants to come first.
Okay.
If she draws, she comes second. Joint second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jonathan is very pessimistic towards Lara's game. I don't like this attitude.
But I'm not. I do want Lara to win, of course. But I'm just.
Yeah.
I know what happens in my own games when I try too
Yeah.
hard to
Yeah.
win in a drawn position.
But I'm sure you
Because-
would be trying to win this too.
I would, but I would also be aware that there are going to be serious difficulties in doing it.
Yeah.
If you lose, you're guaranteed third, I think. So she doesn't have that much to lose, but she has a lot to gain.
Actually, that's something. I'm just looking at the position here, and I think the position is after bishop c2. Oh yeah, Lara just played b5, but I wouldn't have played b5. I would have said I want to swap white. I want to swap off one of the bishops. So if I can get the white squared bishops off the board, I feel the bishop the bishop pair advantage has now disappeared. There's still a bishop against knight, but my knight has a nice square either on c5 where it is at the moment, or else it will be very stable on e4 if I play a move like f3. But I'm just getting a bit nervous about playing f3. But no, it probably will be okay. But anyway, she didn't. She played b5, and now the knight is destabilized.
Yeah, you only have one. Oh, wait, maybe you have two. Knight a6 or.
Or
Oh,
knight d7, knight a6 or knight d7.
And the time is quite equal now, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
oh,
the
now there's
blunders,
rookie
no.
one.
oh no.
Now there's rookie one, and you take on f2.
Yeah, and it's just mate.
No.
Oh, you were right, John.
I told you.
You
like,
jinxed.
No, I
she
didn't
had to
jinx
play
it. I
knight
didn't jinx it.
d7.
I just said that it's these positions are dangerous. You may be up a pawn, but the two bishops and the rook on an open board, and anything can happen. And sadly,
Oh,
I was really rooting for Lara in this
me
game.
too.
There was also a question from the chat. Is there a chance to win a title on this event?
yes, there is on the under 17s, the under 15s, and the under 13s. The players can get a single event title, and I suspect it's possibly an IM title for winning the Open 17s. It's a
It's probably
WIM.
FM. It's probably FM because the world is FM.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's where I
Okay,
got
then
my
it's an
title.
FM. Right.
Okay.
But yes,
Wow.
there is a possibility.
God, that's
Yeah.
sad. What a miss.
Yeah. Yeah. No, again, you have to be careful, and the interesting thing is that Ekrin, Lara's opponent, was down on time for a long time, and just suffered, like just kept playing moves, putting up resistance, and that wears you down when you expect to be winning, and the opponent isn't resigning, and their position isn't even getting worse. They're just holding, and that you get very frustrated, and then you can easily make mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, chess is a psychological game.
But I think we all had that game that we tried to win too hard and then we lost. I only had one last year.
Okay, so after bishop takes f2, you have to play h4, bishop g3 check, king h3. Oh, then of course this stupid bishop f5 is bishop f5 is mate. No, you play bishop to g3.
H4. Bishop g3, rook h1, rook takes h4.
Okay, so there's so many different mates. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on. We can't look at this anymore. It's too sad.
I know there are other games as well.
Yeah.
It's very sad.
There's a queen endgame in the under 13 open section.
Under 13.
Okay.
Okay, the board 2, is that board 2? Oh my.
Queen and bishop? You mean
queen and bishop.
Okay, right. Okay. Let's have a look.
So board one drew, which means that okay, so there's a clear first, but
which
this
is Ali Alperchelik, I guess, is first.
Yeah. So Dragos has now 6.5. So depending on who wins this, will be on tied second. Or if it's a draw, then Dragos wins outright second. Right. Or wait, how did Nitish do? Actually, Nitish lost.
Nitish lost.
Remember there's 2 on 6.5. Anil and Dragos Stefan.
Okay, I'm just looking at this game. I think the position is pretty equal, but I'm going to make a prediction.
Okay.
I'm going to make a prediction that White is going to win this game, and given the last move, I think my prediction is going to come true.
After your
Oh, so, oh,
expertise on the last game, I can believe you.
sorry, no, sorry, it's not I'm sorry, I'm still looking at the what is it? It's the Turkur against, or Turkur against Unsal, with the Queen and Bishop ending.
Yeah.
This one, and I made my prediction just before Black played f4, which I think is a bad move
Why?
because it's dropping a pawn. That's why.
Wait, let me see. So E takes, G takes. Oh yeah, and then yeah.
So it's just dropping a pawn.
So why did he play that?
I think he was getting worried about Queen C3 check.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
where the king was going then there. So that's.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess you could just move your king away to D6 instead of F4.
Yeah. I think. Oh yeah. Oh no, of course, yeah. And you can't play Queen D4, but now you can play Queen D4. But anyway, that's another thing. So yeah, I think Black looked to be pushing, but White played this very Oh no! What are you doing? That's a mad move. Don't take with the pawn. Take with the queen. Dear me.
Okay, new prediction. What do we think it's going to be?
New prediction. I think Black will. Oh well. Wait. Hang on. Okay, so you can't play Queen F2. I instantly wanted to play Queen F2, but okay,
Pawn.
This
yeah.
is yeah.
King F2 was played, which is nice. Queen E3 is being threatened.
Yeah, but I guess. What do we play here? This is. We move the queen from B6, but we can't go to F6 for obvious reasons. Of course, what would be funny if Black now played Queen C5, Queen B2 would be mate. But yeah, they played. Okay,
well, now Queen
Black
B2.
played Queen.
Queen H5. Oh, Queen H6.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. So I think Queen B2. Yes, Queen B2 makes a lot of sense here, but.
And you end up picking up the queen because you've got queen. Oh no, you don't.
No, you don't. It's going to be a repetition.
You do because Queen E5 is mate. So.
Oh.
No, Queen B5. You go back. Don't forget, you don't have the quantum mechanical queen. It's on.
But
it's
where
on.
Where do you go? You do.
Oh, look at that!
Queen
Oh wow!
That's
amazing.
Queen on E5.
Yeah.
Oh wow! That's amazing.
Oh my god!
Yeah. This is all forced. We're idiots. We aren't calculating anything. And fair play
Queen,
who was calculating, and saw, as usual, far more than the commentators. But yeah, that's a nice checkmate.
What was happening? Why king on D6? Oh, because the queen. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you can't go back. You just get skewered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I won this.
I'm sure Hikaru or Peter Lecco would say shish kebab or something like that,
What other games are going on?
So
Luca is still playing, but that's just waiting for Black. Is it actually? That's quite interesting. Yeah, I think it's just.
And Rock, you won his game against Cornelius Barchak.
Yeah, so which games are still being played? Like they all finished?
Well, in under 17, there's
17,
one game.
There's one game, last game.
Okay. Was that the last game? Do you know, maybe I should have a quick look in the playing hall.
Do we have the video? Sorry, the live.
Well, we won't be able to see it well enough all the way down the hall.
True, you're right. Especially that the the games are at the end of the older groups.
Okay, so we've got this night end game left. It's the last game of the day
Yeah.
of the tournament.
Of the tournament, yes.
Are all the other sections are all finished? Are
Yeah.
they? Okay, let me go and get the winners. I go and get a list of the winners in the other sections. I don't think Arno Elians, he's the chief arbiter. His plan was not published. He was going to publish the whole thing on chess results in one go. But yeah, maybe we can actually. I'm going to refresh the. Oh, I have chess results here. Yes, I have chess results here. Okay, so we go to 15s. He hasn't given us results, and maybe in the sevens ranking list after round 7. Okay, so we do have in final ranking after 7 rounds. Omar Taha Didi has 7 points out of 7. He's a Turkish player. Congratulations. Then in second place we have our Romanian player, David Christian Talaba. In third place we have our friend from England, Amandeep Singh.
Oh.
And yeah, he's on 5. And then we have 2 players on 4 points who the Bulgarian Jan Katsarski gets the 4th place medal, and the Turkish player Bugra Gurbuz gets the 5th place medal. And unfortunately, Shirag came 6th, half a point behind those 2, but in clear 6th place. So that's the open 7s are done. And girls under 7, they have final ranking. Yeah, final ranking after 9 rounds. We have Mirai Akinci on 7 points, and it seems that she's in first place, but Kumzal Islek also scored 7 points, but loses out narrowly on tiebreak. And then third place on 6 points was Turkish player Göksu Yildiz, who narrowly beat on tiebreak the Romanian player Maria Ioana Ramureanu. Is that the correct pronunciation, Diana?
Ramureanu, I guess. The A actually should have a little hat, I guess, and it makes a different sound.
Okay.
But yeah, that's.
But anyway, she get 4th place, and then Arvi Varadwaj from Ireland gets 5th. The 5th place medal, and she was on 4 points. So that's good. So that's the 7s decided on. The girls under 9s final ranking. Final ranking after. Do I have? Oh, yes, I have final ranking after 9 rounds, and again. Turkish player Eslem Tolan won on 7.5 out of 9, outright, a point ahead of second place Irmak Kezer, also from Turkey, who was on 6.5 points, also in clear second. And then we have Anna Sophie Konstantin Kiuntu. Is that how you pronounce it? Or Kiuntu?
Wait, in
Romanian name. She's 3rd
in
the girls under 9.
Oh yeah, it's Chuntu.
Chuntu.
Yeah, okay. I think.
And then Bulgaria Maria Pavlova got the 4th place medal, and Helena Taradajko from Poland. How am I doing?
Helena Taradajko.
Taradajko. Okay, so the J is silent. Excellent. Great. Or it's a
Oh
Y
yes,
sound. Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
Y. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Anyway, the two of them were kind of on the same number of points, and tie breaks meant that one is fourth and the other is fifth. So that's girls 9. So they're published, and the open under nines, that is again, funnily enough, everybody. FA I know glue. I'm probably totally butchering that name. Is first place on tiebreak with 7 out of 9, and his compatriot Ata Peray, also from Turkey, got 7 points as well, but narrowly lost out in tiebreak. And then we have another Romanian player on Aaron Matthias Dragoi, is it?
Dragoi, yeah.
On
The
so
A
on
should
6.5.
have again.
Yeah, on 6.5, and then we have Ayanch Mulukutla from Ireland on 6 points, coming fourth. And we have another Turkish player, Onur Hizir, on 5.5 points, beating Adamjeet Singh, another one of the people that we interviewed
Yeah.
yesterday. The brother, the elder brother. So the elder brother didn't get a prize, and the younger brother did. Ooh, I don't know. That might be a bit awkward in the Singh household
Yeah.
over the next few days. But yeah, so that's the way, and then it tails off. Let's see what else. So that's the under nines done. The under 11s. Do we have a no? We have starting rank. This is not finished yet, or it's not published yet. And the open 11s. The open 11s has been published, and it's almost a clean sweep for the Turkish players. They have won first, second, third, and fourth. Two players were on 8 out of 9. Ali Poyraz Uzdemir and Ege Oz, I think. And then there was Murat Kutay Gökturk on 6.5 points, 1.5 points behind the first and second place. And there were 3 players on 6 points, and Omar Alp Koyunolu came fourth, and Denis Farkas from the Ukraine, he came fifth. And sadly, Thomas Gernot from the Czech Republic didn't get a medal because of the tiebreak. But yeah, Dennis, I played Dennis in a Blitz game the other day, and we had a draw. And then we analysed the Blitz game yesterday morning, a day after. His mother was around, and so we remembered a lot of the moves. He's a nice boy. So that's we've got lots of winners. So we don't have the winners in the girls under 11 yet.
Oh yes.
Well, we can figure it out since. Oh, you mean because of this game? Or we can figure it out since the games are all finished.
Okay.
Unless there's tiebreak.
They're doing tie breaks. The final ranking in the girls under 13s is, funnily enough, it is 3 Turkish girls.
Yeah. Tied first.
Yeah, tied first, and there's a tie break, and then there's in third place. There's Arya Aydogan on 4.5, and then Nevin Doolan, one of her own.
They played in the last round today. They played against each other.
The Doolan sisters,
yeah.
did they?
Yeah.
Oh
so
dear,
whoever won took the medal.
Another family that's going to be having awkward dinners tonight.
That's a tough one, because if they they actually needed, one of them needed to win to get the prize.
Right. And then Kayla Nil Zeybek from Turkey came fifth. So there's going to be a lot of Turkish people on sitting on those seats. The under 13 open, I think it's it's not finished yet, or it's not out. And girls 15 is... Oh, there is a final ranking.
Also, in the knight endgame, we might see a spectacular win with the knight. If black plays a2, white has only one move, d7, followed by king a3, allowing white to get a queen, and then knight b3 mate.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That would be a pretty way for the tournament to finish.
Yeah.
But he didn't play it. He took the pawn instead, which is safer.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway, the girls 15s is won by the Turkish player Pelin Seyhan on 4.5, and then Marina Petrenko comes second, like you said correctly, Diana. And Eylül Ceren Gedik, I must ask how my pronunciation is. She's third.
Yeah.
We have Romanian girl Maria Antonia Aldea on 3 points, and another Turkish player Ella Keskinler also on 3. So yeah, so that was good. And the under 15s open section. Do we have it yet? No, we don't have it yet. And
we had a good few Irish players in that group.
Yeah, I think that was one of the bigger competitions, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah. A few Polish too.
No, I don't think we have. We don't have the girls 17, and I guess do we have the open 17?
17.
No, we don't have that. We don't have that yet. Yeah. Listen, my battery's about to die. So I am going to say goodbye to you all.
Okay.
Because I probably have to start doing things.
Oh yes.
To get ready. Yes.
The closing ceremony, and I have to get a little bit of food, so I have energy for this prize giving.
If there's
someone
that has maybe someone can film the opening ceremony and put it live on the ICU Twitch page.
I think we do have that, but we're trying to get permission from the school to have all their musicians put up, and I think we did get that. I think we did get that permission, so we will get it up shortly after the event.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, it was great to have you here.
It was lovely. It was great fun. So,
yes, it was great.
And next time I'll make sure I don't lean back like this.
Oh no, that's okay. We were here to advise you.
Indeed. Anyway, listen, folks, thanks very much, and I will see you over the board maybe in the next few months, or definitely in Budapest.
Well, after listening to your opening theory, I don't want to face you over the board. Unless I prepare really well.
You have to prepare really well. That's the secret.
Yes.
That's the secret.
Enjoy the rest of your day and best of luck. Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so wait, let me just fix the layout 1 second. Sorry, 1 sec. So
no worries, take your time. I feel really bad for Lara.
No, she could. Yeah.
She was third.
But does she still get a medal? Wait.
I think she's third.
So she still gets something.
I think so, but just don't want to give the wrong information. But she was in the after round 8. She had 6.5 points, and the Polish guy had 5, right?
Wait, let me check. So, yeah. So actually, no matter what happened, she was always gonna be third. So it was important for her to force the.
Yeah. So
and
the
even
draw
if
wasn't
she
a
did,
choice.
yeah, even if she did get a draw, she still wouldn't have. she still wouldn't have, or would she? Yeah, she still wouldn't have been second. So I think it was only a win.
Yes, so she obviously the draw wasn't satisfying for her. She had to fight till the end. But it's a pity because if she would actually win, she would be first or second?
I guess
First. No, first.
Oh yeah, you're. Wait, but Ashley won. So wait, because
she had
Ashley
7
finished.
points.
Wait, where's
And Lara
Ashley?
had 6.5. Liam says this camera looks like CCTV of someone stealing something from a store.
Ashley finished with 8, so she still wouldn't have been first. Ashley won her final game.
Oh.
So.
Yes. Okay. You're right. So she would be second. But
yeah. So third with a loss, and then second if she forced to win. So it was difficult, but she had to,
Yes. But, well, I guess. But the third is also good. It's a medal. So as long I was a bit scared that she's going to lose her third spot. But in that case, that's still good.
Yeah.
She did very well in the tournament.
Yeah.
So she lost 2 games and drew 1. I think she did well. Although she was the higher rated. So I guess she,
Yeah, she was top seed. She was top seed.
But, it was a sad game. There was a few sad games this tournament.
Actually, this is like almost exactly what happened in the World Schools when I won. I was 3rd seed, and I came first, and 3rd seed in this tournament came first as well. So it's the exact same.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah.
And I think 3rd seed came... first seed came 3rd in that one as well.
Yeah, and I'm quite sad for Ben as well. I feel like
yes, he should have won this, or at least a draw. He definitely should have.
There's a few games that he had a chance. That's a pity. Do you think you were saying something about getting the video for the ceremony, but do you think is that actually going to work?
No, I was saying for them to just do it live. Straight from
just alive.
Yeah. But I don't think it's going to work for us. I mean, we still have this... I don't think the opening ceremony, though, is done in the same hall.
Yeah. But yeah, there was... I feel bad for the Irish players. So we didn't get any we get... How many medals we got for Irish people? Be Lara. And... Is that it?
Lara, then in... Well, yeah, I guess Arby lost, so...
He's just Lara.
Yeah. Well, I guess Nev got 4th, so she didn't get a medal. Well, she gets a medal, not a trophy.
Oh, she's 4th. Okay.
She's 4th,
yes.
so I think
that's also really
girl
good.
power.
Yes.
Marina. Oh well, Marina's I guess is not representing Ireland, but she is. Okay, she lives in Ireland.
Yeah,
she
lives in Ireland, and she plays actively in Ireland. So I guess, I was also rooting for her. But so we can count it in a way. And then how this girl that was playing the Polish girl under Irish Federation as well. How did she do? Because it was her first tournament, so I'm quite interested.
She played in the Open set. She played in the Open. She came last.
That's interesting that she played the Open, not in the girls section.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I think 2 girls played in the Open, Susanna and also Lexi Conway, who was interviewed.
Oh, she came last. Okay. Yes. So I was wondering, but that's interesting. She won 1 game though.
Yeah. And how did Lexi do? Lexi finished... Okay, both Susanna and Lexi didn't finish great. But they both were they get the medal for being the only female representatives in the open sections.
Oh, they do. Do they get a
Well,
medal?
no, but I'm just saying in our hearts.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, that's pretty cool. And yeah, so in Open 17. Oh, we don't have the final results yet.
Well, I guess we already know anyway because they both. So Adar won and so did Ere, so they both finished first.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So,
not first and second. So 8.5 and 8. Because it was an important game. If Ben got a draw, then Ere would have. Well, it would have been tied first. Or if Ben won, then Ere would have gotten first. So that's why it was important for Ben. Well, not necessarily for him, but in terms of the tournament, it would have been a close match.
Yeah.
So that's it. The European schools are over.
Yes, guys, thanks to everyone that was here and watching that with us. Big appreciation. I always keep saying that, but I know it's not the same when we're not, it's on our channels and we're not playing our own games, but you're still here to support us. That means a lot. So thank you. I remember all the nicknames here, and it was so nice to have you.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us for the 8 days. It's been a long and quick 8 days.
Well, 8 days for you. I had half of that.
Yeah, but also it's we've had long commentary days, so it's nice to have the company.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was great. It was great to have a look at all the games, and it's also very nice to see Ireland hosting such a big tournament for the first time. I think that was a big event, and I'm happy that I was able to somehow contribute and help to broadcast with you, spread some awareness as well. It was great.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. And it's much nicer to have you here than be on my own.
And we had Jonathan as well.
Yeah.
So that was great because he always was mentioning to me that he wanted to try some commentary. So I did say that it would be a good opportunity if somehow we would manage to get him on in here. So I was very happy so he could try his own strength in this media kind of.
Yeah, maybe he'll start his own Twitch.
Yeah.
I think you would love that, to be honest.
Yeah, but we have the ICU account now, so it's it's free to do any commentary now.
Yeah.
So yeah. Right, we're not going to wait for the ceremony, unfortunately, guys, because we don't even know if we're going to have the live view for this. And we're not waiting for anything, are we, Diana?
No. So we can raid.
Who are we going to raid? I might.
Who?
I might raid Mr. Kosher Chess.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go to Vanika Queen. I think she's a new streamer.
I think I've heard that.
Or I don't know if how new she is, but I haven't rated her before. So,
okay, so I'm going with the independent raid to Mr. Kusha. And oh yeah, so we are getting ready for the raid, guys, and it was great to have you here. And I hope I will be back to stream on my own as well.
Yeah.
Very soon.
It'll be good to see you back.
No promises, never promises, but yeah, I'll be. Stay tuned. Okay, it was great, and see you around. And yeah, see you around. So bye. Have a great evening today.
Thanks so much for coming in. And
yes.
we'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, let's go.